Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. For those of you that I don't know, my name is Greg Paluski, the proud superintendent of the North Little Rock School District, and I would like to welcome you this evening for a very special event. The first thing that we're going to do this evening is the official swearing in of our 3 new board members, and then after that, we will recognize our outgoing board members and for their service. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hollinsworth, who is our Pulaski County Clerk of Courts and Clerk. I'm sure I screwed that up. I know. I practiced it 5 times.
Circuit and County Clerk.
Circuit and County Clerk. Would you give it up for her, please?
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Crystal T. Barker,
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Arkansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Arkansas,
and that I will not be interested, directly or indirectly, in any contract made by the district of which I am a director, except as permitted by state law, that I shall abide by the ethical guidelines and prohibitions under ACA 624-101, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties as director in the North Little Rock School District and say your zone. Zone 1. All right, upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, you are duly sworn in.
Welcome. We want to recognize our outgoing board members that have diligently gave their service to the North Little Rock School District. The first one, she's not here, but it's Natalie Wancom. It says, in sincere gratitude for the loyalty, leadership, and 8 years of excellent service you've provided to the North Little Rock School District. Thank you, Natalie. Next, we want to recognize Angela Person West.
Hi. Just want to say, because greatness has to speak, I just want to say I have thoroughly enjoyed my time on the board, and it's been a lot of learning and understanding, giving grace, and just overall excitement just to see the children coming up through the school and different grades and being a part of their celebrations. So I just want to say thank you to all of you all. Thank you to the principal, Mr. Alan Pennington at Amboy. And we have had a ball and everything. So I just appreciate all that this has been. And I get to go to Disney on Ice today with my niece. I'm so excited today. So I just want to say thank you to our superintendent, thank you, our leadership, thank you, and all of our teachers, our staff, and all of the PTA people, and everybody that give countless, selfless of themselves every year, every day, everything, and to make it better for our future, our children, and just help push North Little Rock in the right direction. To our new school board members, I thank you all for stepping up. I thank you all, current, I should say. So thank you all for stepping up and just answering the call for our children. I definitely encourage you all to stay involved in your schools. If you're on the board and not that involved with your schools, make sure that you're involved with your schools, because it's important, and it's important that they see the faces in their schools and participating with them. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Our next recognition, everybody knows. In sincere gratitude for the loyalty and leadership and 20 years of excellent service with the North Little Rock School District, Ms. Dorothy Williams.
I cannot articulate the profound joy, love, and admiration that I've had for the North Rock School District. First, I have been educated in North Little Rock by the African American school, Scipio Africana Jones High School. It closed in 1970. But in my 55 years that I have been a part of this district, at first I give esteemed greetings to our present superintendent and to former board members who are sitting here. I want to say, I had to write some notes because I don't want to talk too long. First, I want to thank people who give. I want to thank Mr. Smith, James Smith. He was superintendent for 25 years. He taught me two things. If there's no documentation, it didn't happen. Then his other philosophy, he always said, when you hire good teachers in the building, principals don't have to worry. And with that thought, when I think about how the alumni has helped this district, we got the North Rock Education Foundation and the Wildcat Foundation. These are alumni that pour into our district to help our students. And the greatest person I can think too, how our alumni help, I want to personally thank Bobby Gosser for all of his help when he gave us $38,000 to help with our millage. You have to pour in, people, pour in. We have a great district, but it's you who makes that district great. And I want to thank Tracy still back there. We fought so hard to always give custodians raises, and they never got them. They got a penny, but I want to say thank you. And remember, board members, you have to love what you're doing. Has to be a passion. If you don't love it, you can't do it. Things are not going to go your way, but I'm telling you, two things you must do as a board member. You got to read, and you got to know policy. Every week, the superintendent sends out a weekly, let you know what they are doing. You need to read it. Don't come to the board meetings at the last minute trying to hold a meeting for 2 or 3 hours because you did not what? Read. So with that thought, I want to congratulate you, the assistant superintendents, that you will do well. And I ask you, you can't do anything without prayer. Amen. And how did I serve 55 years and still cute? Hey, I am 81 years old. Age is nothing but a number. So I encourage you to continue to pour into the North Rock School District. It's only as great as we can make it. And don't sit back and complain and talk. Everybody in this room know where we are. Prayer without action is dead. I want to thank my former students that are here. Reverend Parker back there, little Parker Jr., had him in the 9th grade. And I want to thank all of my former students that are in here. It was God's grace that brought me this far. And I thank you, Krista Barker, raised in the church. I had her as a youth director. And she know I did not play. It was about the business. And you keep up. People, you're not going to always have the same mindsets of each other. But still, you need to get along. Get along. You don't have time for animosity. And I tell the superintendent every day before he go to work, I said, Dr. Paluski, stay prayed up. Stay prayed up. And that's what you have to do. And so to all of you that are here, I love you. I love my 55 years. If Ken Kurtzman was in here, I'd tell him I love him because Northeast had the best. I want to personally thank Anita Bell. Yeah. She made me stay on the board. I am the last of Jones High School of anything. I am the last. The last. But it was a great ride. North Rock taught us well. Mabel Bynum sitting in the back, who was a former superintendent of desegregation. You all never knew that. That's history. Mabel Bynum, get up so they can see you. Mabel Bynum worked with Mr. Smith to desegregate all of our schools in the North Rock School District. And to you, Ms. Randall, to all of you administrators, to you, Mr. Stanger, all I can tell you is stay prayed up and do the work that God has sent you to do. God bless you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. We're now into reception, taking pictures. There's cookies and all that in the back. We have until 5:25. It is 5:30. It's time to begin our regular board meeting. I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please. Here.
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 Thank you. We will start out with our invocation and flag salute. Boone Park is in the house.
Good evening. I am Denisha Stroud, the proud principal of the Boone Park Elementary School. And we patiently waited our turn, and so now it's time for us to showcase the amazing things that are happening at Boone Park. We will start with a prayer from one of our 5th grade scholars, Iana Brockman.
Please stand and bow your heads for a moment of prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity for us all to be here tonight. Help us to learn all we need to know to help us grow. Bless all our teachers and everybody here who cares about our school district. We appreciate our principals and leaders who believe in us and consider staying here to teach us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Next up, we have one of our 4th grade scholars, Austin Baker, with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Austin and Iana.
Are there parents here? If
Yes.
their parents would stand. Thank you. Next, we will have our vision statement by Mr. Taylor.
Our community, our schools, where your future begins.
Our mission, Ms. McLean.
The North Little Rock School District will prepare all students for their future by offering a well-rounded, rigorous, relevant, and innovative education that allows each child to achieve their full potential in a safe, supportive learning environment to be future ready.
And our moral purpose, Ms. Temple.
As a community, our moral purpose is that all children will achieve, have a high-quality teacher, have a high-quality leader, and a supportive learning environment. We will not allow an achievement gap in the North Little Rock School District.
Thank you. Now we're down to my most favorite part of the meetings, which is recognition and people events and programs.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, one of the most exciting things that we do at our regular board meeting is our student presentation. So the Boone Park Elementary School student presentation. So give it up for Ms. Stroud and our students at Boone Park Elementary School.
So tonight we have several 4th and 5th grade Quest scholars. That's our gifted and talented program, along with our Quest educator, Ms. Kim Funville. They will be presenting on the 2026 Winter Olympics. And so we'll hear all about the sport they decided to research. I'll hand it over to Ms. Funville.
All right, thank you so much. It's good to be here, and thank you for having us tonight. Back in the fall, it was decided, several of us in the Quest program had decided to tackle the Winter Olympics 2026. And thanks to Amboy's Quest teacher, Miss Reyes Lovins, she loves the Olympics, and so she got a couple of us on board with that. And it's been fun. It's been interesting. The kids have researched different sports that were of interest of them. And so that's what they are presenting tonight. And I'm glad to have the opportunity for them to do this. So kiddos, if y'all would get over here, we're able to use these microphones.
Absolutely.
Austin will be on this side. Yeah. Okay. Y'all come on over. Let's have Austin. Austin, how about right here, honey? This will be your, is this microphone?
Yes, they're all live.
working?
Mhm.
Okay, super. And over here, Leah. Okay, and Nick. And right here behind Leah, Sawyer. Nick, would you stand behind Austin? We'll use these two microphones here. And then Ayana, come over here, honey. And I'll let you get behind Sawyer. And Carter, come on over this way. They also made posters. We had, back in February, we had the Night of Discovery, where all the Quest Elementaries, all 9 of us, gathered at the middle school, and the middle school GT program as well. We all presented different things at that night. It was well participated in. It was well attended, and these kids were there supporting Boone Park and the Olympics, and it's been really fun to watch them present their research, and this is the second time they're getting to share this with y'all, and I'm so glad we're here. Yeah. Okay, Austin.
Hi, I am Austin Baker. I am on the 2026 Winter Olympics USA snowboarding team. So the 2026 Winter Olympics will be held in northern Italy in the cities of Milan and Cortina. The first time snowboarding was added to a Winter Olympic was in 1988. The special equipment you'll need to have in Winter Olympics for snowboarding is a board, boots, UV protection goggles, helmet, and ski suit. To win at snowboarding, you have to have a combination of balance, control, skill, and speed. There are trick events and racing events. Judges give out scores for the best tricks. You win the racing event by being the fastest across the finish line. Fun fact, did you know that snowboarding is a recreation, a pastime, and competitive winter sport? Did you know that snowboarding is known for its creativity? Did you know that both women and men compete in snowboarding events? Did you know that snowboarders can go very fast, over 40 and 60 miles per hour?
Wow. Okay. Good job.
I didn't know that.
My name is Leah, and I'm going to tell you about bobsledding. The first bobsled event was in 1924. It was in Chamonix, France. Things you need to wear are helmet, spiked shoes, goggles, skin-tight speed suits, gloves, and other specific equipment. How to win? The teams with the fastest time over 4 heats is the winner. You have to have precision, teamwork, especially in aerodynamics. Fun fact, the bobsled shoes have 300 needles to prevent bobsledders from falling. Bobsled isn't easy as driving a car. Women were allowed to enter the bobsled event in 2022. In bobsledding, it's almost as similar to driving a car, but you use your legs.
Okay.
Good job.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Wilbur, and I am on the USA Winter Olympic luge team. The luge is a Winter Olympic sport that first took place in the Olympics in 1980 in Lake Placid. The athletes began by gripping the handles and padded with spiked gloves to gain momentum. When they start, the sled is steered by using leg pressure and shoulder shifts. The athletes also must stay within the walls of the ice tracks. They must have helmets, visors, gloves, and a suit. This is mandatory to be safe, and the fastest time wins. Luge 2026 will take place in Lombardy in northeast Italy. Most of the athletes' speeds can reach up to 90 miles per hour, but be careful because luge is considered one of the most dangerous and fastest sliding sports on ice.
Okay.
Hello. The 2026 Winter Olympics is around the corner, and I am so excited for hockey. The 2026 Winter Olympics will happen in Milan and Cortina, Italy. Hockey is my favorite winter sport. The first Winter Olympics for hockey was in France in 1924. The special hockey gear you will need includes a helmet with a face mask or visor, shoulder pads, elbow pads, gloves, hockey pants, shin guards, skates, a stick, and a net guard. You win by shooting the most pucks into the net that a goalkeeper is trying to defend. Some fun facts are that in 1960 was the first time U.S. men won gold. The first time women played hockey in the Winter Olympic Games was in 1998. Canada went 50 years without gold, and that a puck can travel over 100 miles per hour.
Hello, I am Caleb. I am a USA Big Air skier. I am on the freestyle skiing team at 2026 Olympics in Milan and Cortina, Italy. I am excited to be here. Do you know the first time Big Air skiing was introduced? It was in 2018 Winter Olympics in Beijing, China. In the Big Air event, skiers go down a steep ramp, launch off one of the very large jumps, and perform tricks in the air. To win, you got to do a lot of acrobatics, spin flips and twists in the air. You have to have a clean landing. Big air skiing can be extremely dangerous. You can get a lot of injuries, but it can be fun too if you know how to do the tricks. And the equipment used in this sport is helmets, goggles, padded speed suits, and long skis. Fun facts: both men and women compete in this sport. In this event, jumps can reach over 60 feet in height, and skiers can use swing flip skis so they can land forward or backward. In conclusion, I think big air skiing is overall a fun sport and a dangerous one too.
Hi, my name is Ayana Brockman. It is 2026 and it's my 2026 and it's my first time to compete in Winter Olympics. I feel so excited and determined to win at least first, second, or third place. I am on the 2026 USA Winter Olympics figure skating team. My special equipment are skates and blades. The special clothing I will wear will be a dress and leggings. This event takes place in Milan and Cortina, northern Italy. In my opinion, the rules of how to win are to be focused. I have to achieve the highest combined total score from the short program rhythm dance and free skate dance segments based on the international judging system wins. Skaters must maximize points through a high technical element score and a high program component score and skating skills. Did you know that modern skating was influenced by Jackson Haynes? Did you know that figure skating was ancient origins? Figure skating is the oldest sport to be included in the Winter Olympics.
Good job.
Thank you. Are the proud parents of these scholars present? If so, would you please stand? Thank you.
Good evening, board members and community. The Night of Honors is less than a month from today. The district signature event to recognize our Teachers of the Year, Classified Employees of the Year, and to reveal the name of our District Teacher of the Year. We added a new category this year, Coach of the Year, an expression of our appreciation for the pivotal role our coaches play in the lives of our students. At this time, we will honor our honorees for this year's Night of Honors. Child Nutrition Employee of the Year, Lakivia Hatchett. The Dr. Scott A. Tyler Senior Transportation Employee of the Year, Charles Whitehead. He is not here, but we want to recognize him. Also, the Maintenance Operations and and Facilities Employee of the Year, John Grogan. He is not here as well, but we want to recognize. Oh, Mr. Whitehead. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't know you were here. Okay. We didn't know you were going to be. Okay. Mr. Charles Whitehead. He is the Dr. Scott A. Tyler Senior Transportation Employee of the Year. Sorry about that. Office and Technical Employee of the Year, Delandria Reddix. Paraprofessional of the Year, Casey Kinchin. Safety and Security Employee of the Year, Sergeant Major Donald Hunter. Support Services Employee of the Year, Kristen Valley. And our very first Coach of the Year, Daryl Fimple. All right. And we will see him here shortly again. So, Amboy Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Meredith Shipman. Boone Park Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Dornisha Miller Boyd. Crestwood Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Amanda Baker. Glenview Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Whitney Mathis. Indian Hills Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Olivia Zimmerman. Lakewood Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Alex Upshaw. Meadow Park Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Shanika Reedy. North Little Rock Academy Teacher of the Year, Tiffany Newborn. North Little Rock Center of Excellence Teacher of the Year, Benjamin Williams. North Little Rock High School Teacher of the Year, Beth Craner. North Little Rock High School Teacher of the Year, Emily Taylor. North Little Rock High School Teacher of the Year, Henry Thomas. North Little Rock Middle School Teacher of the Year, Middle School 6th grade Campus Teacher of the Year, Brigetta Starks. North Little Rock Middle School 7th and 8th grade Campus Teacher of the Year, Sharon Ricks. Our next North Little Rock Middle School 7th and 8th grade Campus Teacher of the Year, Todd Stovall. He's not here, but we want to recognize him as well. Pikeview Early Childhood Center Teacher of the Year, Brittany Turner. North Little Rock 6 Academy of Agricultural and Veterinary Sciences Teacher of the Year, Shalonda Howard. And Ridge Road Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Tracy Trumbull. Each of the honorees received a box with their tickets, also a kind of sweet treat in there, and all of the instructions about the Night of Honors, which will take place April 17th at the venue at West Wind here in North Little Rock. So let's give them all a round of applause. At this time, we will recognize the reigning queens of Arkansas Class 6A basketball. In an exciting game in Spa City, our Lady Charging Wildcats ended their 25-26 season hoisting the trophy and bragging rights. This team's record this season, 30 wins and 3 losses. Earning the title of Class 6A Central Conference champs as well because they completed the conference season undefeated. Senior Alicia Shepard was named Tournament Most Valuable Player. This was the first time our girls basketball team has been to Hot Springs to play in the championship game since 2023. In 2024 and 2025, our girls lost heartbreakers in the semifinal rounds in the state tournament. That was the motivation they needed to get back to the #1 spot. Here are some cool stats regarding our girls basketball program. This is the 6th state championship in program history, all on head coach Daryl Fimple's watch. They've been state runner-up 3 times, 56 college signings in 20 seasons, nationally ranked 13 out of 20 seasons. The supporting cast of coaches, Russell Stumpenhouse, Rebecca McCoy, Herbert McCall, Kyra Collier, and Malika Monk. Kyra Collier and Malika Monk were also members of the Lady Charging Wildcats when they were students here. Let's do it again, ladies. Battle on.
Okay. Like we're gonna be in a moonlight or what? All right, we are down to public comments. Per Arkansas Code 6-13-619 and according to Act 902 of 2025, citizens who desire to speak during public comment must sign in prior and will be called to the podium. Speakers must meet one of the following criteria according to Act 902 and listed on the sign-in sheet. Reside within the school district, be a parent or legal guardian of a student in the district, or be employed by the district. Public comment is not a question and answer period. And as such, school board members and the superintendent do not respond to the public comments during a meeting, while we do encourage you to speak respectfully and professionally. Further, citizens will have no more than 3 minutes to speak, and will not be allowed to make comments that shall prejudice the board of directors concerning student or personnel matters that could come before the board for disciplinary or employment considerations, or that is in conflict with other district policies or laws. Further, public comments that include slanderous remarks about the school district employees or that would violate the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act are strictly prohibited. Personally identifiable information, discussion of a student's educational records, or reference to student directory information is not permitted during the public comment period. Speakers who violate these guidelines will receive a single warning and be respectfully asked to redirect their remarks. Should the speaker continue in violation, the board president will end the speaker's time and move on to the next individual. If public comments go beyond 30 minutes, the board may require all public comments that go beyond those 30 minutes and that are not about matters that are on the meeting's action items to be held after all the other items are held. We have one public comment, John Lemon.
Guys, I'm excited because we're almost there. We have the new policy informational item. You'll see it today. So for the new school board members, I've been showing up to the school board meetings since November for the sole purpose of reversing the gay book ban that happened. That happened because when the superintendent asked for legal advice, I believe he wasn't actually given it. And so the decision didn't actually follow the law, nor did it follow district policy. So I asked for the district policy to be updated. That's what you guys are going to see today. I had the emails of the old school board members. I don't, for the new ones, I'll send you the email that I sent out. There's a bunch of like little things to get it to follow the law that need to be addressed. The big one I want to talk about is the way if there's material I as a parent don't like, what's going to happen is I'm going to complain. It goes through a process. When the law dictates you have to meet with licensed personnel, gets to decide whether or not something is appropriate for the school. What I want to do is separate that out, which is what the law dictates. This material is harmful for a child. If the book has murder in it, there's talk about sex in it. That's not appropriate for kindergartner. The administration can handle those. If it's about a cultural value, there's a lot of books that got banned just because there were gay parents in it. Very clearly, it should be fine, but they got lumped up with everything. What I want that to do is go up to the school board. You guys are the elected representatives of the community. You should be making those cultural decisions. When you vote on the library material, won't be in this session, maybe in 2 weeks, make sure that you separate that out. The administration decides whether or not something is harmful. You guys decide whether or not something reflects the cultural values of the community. Other than that, I'm still getting all the stats together for the finance. I've been sending FOIA requests out. I found it from a state agency. I'll send it to you guys using Claude Cowork to do this, but it compares the finances of North Little Rock compared to all the other school districts. You can see North Little Rock doesn't spend a lot more in any one category. It's like a little bit more in all of them, and there's differences, what gets outsourced, what's not. But that gives you a kind of a basis line. How is North Little Rock doing compared to similarly sized school districts? So I'll send that out to you guys. It's a spreadsheet. Put it in a website with some infographics. You'll see that soon. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, there are no legislative updates, so we will begin with CPPC report.
Good evening, everyone, and our new board members. My name is Gwendolyn Jackson. I'm the chair of the CPPC, and I have with me our secretary, Danette Lawson. And we're playing a bit of a catch-up because we had a couple of board meetings that we did not present, but it would be quick and painful. No, not painful. Okay, so I'll start with our January 13th meeting, and basically what took place there. We voted and passed our December meeting. And at that time, this is going to be kind of redundant because at that time we were talking about the 26-27 calendar, which there were some issues in it that at that time we did not approve, but we're in the future now, you know that that's been approved. And on the back of this, I will not go through and read all of this, but there were some questions and concern that was addressed during our CPPC meeting, and that's listed on our minutes as well. At that time, also, we had a new appointee to the CPPC for the maintenance and custodial staff, Terry Hansen, and our superintendent admin designee seat was vacated December 10th, but we have since had someone appointed to that seat, Mr. Gender, who's the director of our child nutrition department, and we're definitely glad to have him aboard. And also, we postponed our classified employee of the month until a later meeting, and the last item was the ABM outsourcing proposal that was not approved at that time. And basically the note just expressed that the custodians expressed thanks for the board members in their decision for that moment. So that was our January 3rd. And our follow-up item was salary schedules review, and basically dealing with educational percentages that are allotted to some salary schedules, but not all. And we're just doing a review of those to understand why and if those can be assigned to all salary schedules that it may pertain to. Then our February 3rd meeting, it was an ad hoc meeting in which we just met to vote on the calendar. We met, we voted, it was approved, and that was based on the inclement weather that we had, and they had to make changes to the calendar, and so we met to basically approve those changes and voted on that. So it was just one item that we had. And then our February meeting, there is a notation on here that due to technical difficulties we do not have the audio and video of that meeting. For some reason it didn't record, but we approved our minutes from February 3rd, January 13th. Motion passed. We introduced Mr. Gender to the committee, and then we talked about the salary schedule. And some of the things that came out of that meeting was on the classified side, depending on if you have a degree within your job class, you are given an 8% or 10% stipend. Based on if it's an associate degree, it's 8%. If it's a bachelor's degree, it's 10%. There were some salary schedules that did not have those percentages, and we discussed, why that was. And I know I brought up child nutrition, for example. They're required by state to go through training every year in order to managers in order to carry the title of a manager. But on the other hand, like our maintenance department, we don't require like a master electrician or master plumber, but we give them the 8 or 10. We give them the 8 or 10% or 5% based on if they get their certification. However, our child nutrition managers who has to have the certification by state law, we just pay them their hourly wage. And so we want to review why that's so and why they are not allotted the percentage like other job classes. We also discuss there's a salary schedule that's the non-licensed professional salary schedule, and it it excludes some job classes that have similar duties and responsibilities. And so an understanding is sought as to why certain job classes are on that particular non-licensed professional salary schedules, and other job classes that carry similar duties and responsibilities are not. And that's something that we'll be getting with HR and probably Mr. Brown on to discover, you know, what are the qualifications to be on that particular salary schedule as opposed to the salary schedule that you're on. And then another thing that was brought up in our meeting, we know that some of our paras, they deal with medically fragile students. Others are just, you know, a regular para just happening in the classroom. And so it was brought up that we would like to review having a tiered salary schedule based upon your job responsibility within that job class. I mean, if you're having to feed and change a student as opposed to, you know, not having to do that, that's something that we think would be worth looking at, you know, an increase because of the added responsibilities that you have in dealing with medically fragile students. One item that we did reserve until our March 3rd meeting, which we talked about, it was the classified personnel tuition reimbursement. And I know that's on our cost savings list to, you know, possibly eliminate, but since it's still there, and possibly the license are still receiving the reimbursement, the classified is asking for the same, you know, option. All of us are not teachers, and we don't choose to be a teacher. However, we do have other aspirations, and if it's within our job here at the North Little Rock School District, then we feel that, I mean, we should be afforded the same tuition reimbursement as someone that's going to be a teacher. And if not, then why? And then we also discussed an attendance policy that I know has since been revamped and revised. But at the time that we were given that particular attendance policy, you know, our biggest put off on it was that it was only directed toward classified employees and those that clock in, and not to all classified. And so we felt like that would kind of present an issue with being able to fairly assign, you know, disciplinary on one that's clocking in as opposed to another that's not clocking in. The clock is going to be that employee's monitor as opposed to another person who has to have eyes set on them. And so we know that we're not God and we can't be in all places at all times. And so we felt like that would create an unfair disadvantage to those of us that, well, not us, I don't clock in, to those that clock in as opposed to those that do not clock in. And the other thing, too, I did take the liberty to go through our policies and print out all the different policies that we have dealing with leave and attendance, absences. There are a lot. And so I wonder if the issue is not that we don't have a policy to address whatever those concerns or issues are, or rather we are not following through with the policies that we currently have. And rather than adding more to the plate, let's just kind of look at what we already have and see where the administration part can be, you know, pushed through. And I think, oh, and we did have a draft of the library policy, which we did reserve until our March 3rd meeting. So I think that concludes our minutes. Any questions?
Anyone to my left have a question?
I do. Just as I'm learning, will you help me understand how many people come to your meetings? When are they? Are they virtual like the other one? I just am trying to.
We actually started this year having a in-person meeting once a quarter.
Okay.
But the others are virtual.
Okay.
And there is a link for anybody a Zoom link for anybody to join.
And how many people typically participate with you guys?
Not very many.
Okay. Relative to how many people do you represent? Do you know? Like how many classified staff do we have? I should know that, but I don't yet.
I'm going to say approximately 700.
Okay. And then one last question. I was just listening to you kind of talk through the salary schedule and the benefits and tuition reimbursement, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are there roles within that 600 that are challenging to fill, like that you're constantly, do you guys help with that?
Okay, so I work in payroll, yes ma'am.
Okay, okay. Because I'm assuming this is like where it comes through, right? Is like we're talking about benefit structure and trying to get quality folks in roles.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just wondering if you could help me prioritize like important areas that need support within your team.
Okay, I will work on that.
Just, I don't know if that has to go through a
Sure.
process, but I'm just curious.
No, I could tell you that right off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So bus drivers,
Okay.
there's always a need for bus drivers, food
Okay.
nutrition workers,
Okay.
and the third would be our custodial staff. We're always seeing turnover in those areas. Those would be three of the top. I don't know
Okay.
what my colleagues
Yeah.
feel about that, but those would,
Be-
that'd be pretty consistent.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions to my right? Thank you. Good report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
LPPC?
Good evening, everyone. Nice to meet you guys. I'm the chair of LPPC. My name is Sarah Stumpenhouse, proud wife of Russell Stumpenhouse, the new state champion. So we've had a couple of meetings in February that I'm going to report on that we really talked about. Let's see. Somehow between my seat and here, I got them messed up. We started with the revision of the calendar. So just to kind of give you guys a heads up, this is the very first year that we've done a minutes-based calendar. And so we've had some learning curve there because the state gives us the ability to have a certain number of minutes. We have to have like 64,080 minutes in every school. And it's not just for the school district, but every single school has to have 64,080 minutes. So we build a calendar based on the number 382. And so one of the things I'd really like you guys to keep in mind going forward for next year is that I'd like to get that number to 390, because currently with 382 minutes, we've only got 2.5 days banked for snow next year. And we really need more in our pocket because you can see we missed 6 this year. So if we could get our number to 390, that would give us another 3 days of snow bank days. And that would only be adding 1 extra minute to the middle school bell schedule. So 1 minute per class. So that is something I really like to see going forward. That is a way for us to bank some more minutes without having to adjust the calendar. We learned a lot about that because we thought that if something happened at one school, say for instance we had a gas leak this year, that would impact other schools. That is not the case in terms of the way the state looks at it. Now the district can choose to have a policy in which we all fall in the same piece, but other districts are not doing that. So for instance, Conway, and I think maybe Cabot, 2 schools near us, took it school by school. And so, like, their elementary schools didn't have to make up any days because they had extra minutes banked, but they had to have, like, one of their levels of schools had to make up some minutes. So that could be something that we look at in the future. It's not something that is mandated, but that is that's something that some districts are doing. So just going forward, let's really be putting in the thought about how we want our minutes to look next year. Let's see, the second meeting we had in February, we also went over, we looked at the middle school restructuring, and so that was a big piece, and we had a lot of opinions about that, and so I'm not going to go over all those tonight, but you guys have the minutes there. You're welcome to read anytime. I also want to mention that I would like to have some clarification in the future about, we really worked hard on the non-athletic or athletic and non-athletic stipends, and we got some new ones passed this year, but the implementation of those never happened. So I didn't realize that it was my responsibility to make sure that when we created new stipends, 3 new stipends were created: an auditorium manager, the esports position, and middle school yearbook. Well, that never got communicated, even though it was passed at the board meetings. It never was communicated to our principals and our HR department. So there were people doing those positions, but they never were given a new contract for, or even that position was never posted. And that was a question I asked repeatedly at meetings was, this is a brand new position. Do we not need to post these positions because they are new and they've never been, we can't just assume that somebody's going to get this because they've been doing that job. And so there was a real drop in communication there. And so I'd like to have some clarification in the future if we do things like that, like what should the procedure be? We're trying to get that set up now, but I still have people that are doing those positions that still have not signed a contract, and we're at the end of the school year, so they should be being paid for those. Let's see. We did approve the early notice separation proposal for people to be able to get the $250 if they would let the district know by March the 5th. We agreed with that policy. We did table the leave abuse policy and the library draft policy because we weren't sure that the librarians had been part of the library draft policy, and come to find out later, we found out that they actually drafted the policy. So we will be approving that policy, I predict, at our next meeting. The leave abuse policy, however, is something that we're not keen about, and so when that comes up, I'm sure we'll have some more discussion about that. Does anybody else have questions? I wanted to say one other thing about budget. We had a meeting with Mr. Brown. He went over the budget with us. We talked about all the different ways that we could save money. What I don't want to happen, and I don't think anybody on our committee wants to happen, is for LPPC and CPPC to be pitted against each other. We want to support them. We do not want to see them lose money. We do not want to be known for asking for them, anybody in their positions, to lose money. So that is the task that is set before you guys. And we know that there's going to be, somebody's going to get some pain because salary is our biggest area that we take money out of. And so it'll be a shift of salaries. And probably somebody's going to be mad no matter what we do. So we would rather kind of step back and just say, we can give information, but in terms of just saying, we think, it needs to come from this part of this, and we just don't want to turn on our staff.
What was the other policy that besides the library that you said?
The leave abuse policy.
Leave abuse?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't. So I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Stumpenhouse. So this would be the first time that I would be aware that any of those stipends, and I know you worked extremely hard on that, and those new stipends that were there. So if there's any employee that, I mean, they should be advertised. So that's the first I'm hearing about it. Those need to be advertised. Those individuals need to apply for that. So I don't know how that got missed, or if that communication came up through the LPPC, through finance, through HR, but those will be advertised. But that would be the first I'd be aware of it.
The only communication that's been consistent has been between me and the people who are currently in those positions. Yeah.
And can you remind me again what the two were?
There was the auditorium manager, which that one I think has been posted now, and then we had the middle school yearbook stipend. And we had the esports.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Which we currently already have people in those positions, but we created money and set aside money for them, and we want to make sure they get paid.
Sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Any questions to my right?
I do. Ms. Stumpenhouse? Thank you. Thank you for your report. Quick question. When you report on LPPC, you're representing the licensed staff.
Right.
When I look at your agenda, and kind of like what Scott asked, the CPPC, how engaged are our licensed staff as it relates to the comments that you make in your reports?
That's a great question. I mean, we meet monthly. We have 18 people on our committee, and they we have lots of people that are interactive in that. We do a really good job of going to our buildings and asking questions from our buildings, surveying our buildings. And whenever we're bringing something forward, I often will send out, we have a group me, and I'll say, hey, we're going to talk about this on the agenda. Please survey your buildings before we come to the meeting so that you know how to speak for your building. So I feel like we do a pretty good job getting that information. So I'd say quite a few.
So percentage-wise on the response, I'm just looking at it as the chairperson. Overall, how many of our license are responding to the comments that come before the board to ensure this is a high percentage of the wants or ask of our licensed professional staff?
So is there something in specific?
I was more curious of the percentage of,
right.
We have 16 staff, I don't know, 1,400, and I look at your agenda, and you say we go to the bill. Just curious as to how much engagement our licensed staff, would they all respond to this the way in which you're presenting it? Is what I guess I'm asking. That may be not your job to find out.
I don't think it's fair to say that everybody's going to agree with everything I say. I mean,
not agree, but support.
Support. I don't think that's probably fair either. I mean, when you have 1,600 people involved, you're going to have a lot of different opinions.
Right.
But that's why, we ask people. I have made sure personally to every year that we don't have a building that's represented, I will reach out to those principals and say, please, no building should go unrepresented. We've got to have people in every building. And when we don't, we still try. I'll still reach out to the principal of those buildings when we have surveys and say, please get this out to your staff, so at least if you don't have a representative, that we can get some feedback from your staff. So,
and I agree the support may be hard, but it's also hard at this level to make a sound decision on a few. And then you have to deal with those that not engaged. But it's not your fault. I just was curious what the engagement was.
Right. It's a good question.
Any questions to my left?
I had a question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
And hi, I'm Kevin. I'm the new kid in class. So I'm just trying to understand the method of communication. Dr. P is obviously going to take care of that situation, but where do you feel like that breakdown happened? And if, we need to, I don't know how that works. I don't know how I'm learning.
It's a good question.
Just so, it's just so it's clear next time.
I don't want to throw people under the bus in public, but I mean,
and I don't expect that.
We vote on things in meetings. We turn in minutes to the executive team. We have discussions with executive team members. And so, there was never anybody that said, hey, I need you to make sure this happens or whatever. So I don't know. Like, I mean, how
Yeah.
do you point fingers?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to, same thing, point blame. I want to, or, throw anybody under the bus. That's not it at all. I was just wondering how, okay, if there's a glitch there and it fell through the cracks, what can be done to improve it? And usually the people that are affected by that are the people that, well, if this had happened, at least it's how it works in my world sometimes. So I was just curious. You don't necessarily have to answer it, but I was just, suggestions, I guess, are welcome for that. So that's all I've got.
To my left, any questions?
I have one. So I did read the meeting minutes from the last one, and I was trying to understand, from what I was reading, there was concern around the titles with the reorg at the middle school, and as I'm equally getting caught up to speed, was just hoping that you could help shed light, like, what was the concern around the titles, and was that resolved? I saw that it was, like, notion accepted in the meeting minutes, but will you just speak to that? Like, what was the concern, and help me understand?
So the titles, we understood that the titles were given so that we could put more money behind those positions to recruit more staff.
Okay.
And so that money attracts good staff. So we put executive director onto the main person over the middle school. That person gets a 27% stipend.
Right.
I'm sorry, I have an autoimmune thing. I gotta have water sometimes.
That's okay.
And then below that executive director at 27%, we have 3 directors. And those people are all going to receive a director stipend. The executive director receives 33% stipend. And then the directors receive a 27% stipend. And then the people below them, the supervisors, would all receive a 20% stipend. So the frustration that we had with that was, I understand that we want to attract people and we need to throw money into a situation to get good people. But those titles are confusing to people. Usually if you're an executive director of something, that implies some not necessarily position that's based in a building. And so it can be confusing to the public to go in and say, who's named principal, right? Who do I go to? Who's in charge of the school? And so when you have a title like Director of Teaching and Learning, that does not scream principal to me, okay? So I'm not saying that it's not something that can't be educated to the public. I just think that that's something that's confusing to the public, and there will be some level of learning there, a learning curve on who you go to for what. So in general, your supervisors are your assistant principals. Your directors of teaching and learning are your principals, and then your executive director is the principal of principals, in charge of everybody. So that was the part that was confusing, and we can live with it. We know that changes needed to be made at middle school level, but that just brings with it some things where you don't see those kind of titles in other schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the motion included principal beside in the job description.
Oh, okay.
It's in the job description. It's not in the title. Yeah.
It is, and we also have 2 community forums coming up where I and Mr. Smith will be at the middle school for rising 6th graders and 7th and 8th graders. There's an infographic that's been created to help communicate the clarity on the leadership structure, who reports to who, that kind of thing. If I have a parent, if I have an issue in 6th grade, who do I go to, that kind of thing. And that's all laid out in that reorganization plan.
Okay. And from our perspective, those decisions were made to be able to increase the salary of those roles?
Yes, that's part of it.
Okay.
That's exactly right. Our middle school is the 2nd largest middle school in the state of Arkansas, next to Sylvan Hills Elementary School, or Sylvan Hills Middle School. And so part of that rationale is looking at the current state that school is in, and moving that school out of its status. And part of that, as we know that it's very large, it comes down to taking a large school and breaking it down into really smaller schools.
Yeah.
So there's a small 6th grade,
I
a 7th
remember,
grade,
yeah,
8th grade.
Poplar Street days. I missed it, but Lakewood Middle. So I definitely get the concept. I just was curious, and thank you for the clarity on it. As I'm learning too, the way the salary schedule thing works. So. Thank you. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your report. We're down to informational items. The first one is Cobrastad third quarter tier 3 schools.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, remember that we've done this for every quarter of our Cobrastad with our tier 3 schools. And so I believe Network A is going to be up with Mr. Rogers. And so each one of the principals will have probably no more than 5 minutes, but they're going to give a high-level overview of their third quarter data. And the biggest thing metric-wise that we've been following is our winter interim. And so in that winter interim, we will start with Dr. Rogers, and we'll start with Amboy Elementary School. Dr. Rogers, welcome.
Thank you. Delighted to be here. Good evening, Madam President, board members. Welcome to our new board members, Superintendent Paluski. We are presenting tonight with our schools that are currently rated at D or F, which is in the lower quartile, and we are presenting data from our Winter Atlas Interim, which started for us in the fall. As we go through the presentations, you're going to see some color codes. You'll see a lot of green tonight because this presentation is about the growth that we've made with our students from the first assessment to the winter assessment. I also want to clarify this is not the summative assessment. The summative assessment is the final assessment given by the state, and the state will use that data at the end of the school year, which when we come back from spring break, we will have 10 more instructional days before state testing officially begins. Once that data is calculated at the state level, they use summative from last year, summative this year, overall calculate a letter grade for the school. So this is not tied to letter grade. This is more about the prescription of instruction that we're providing for kids. Is it working from when we started to where we are now? And then we will also talk specifically about the bottom 25% of students, which was locked in the state system on October 1st. And we have been tracking those students in every school to make sure we are maximizing and providing them with the opportunities and instruction they need to grow at their own levels. So first up tonight is going to be Mr. Pennington, principal of Amboy Elementary, alongside our assistant principal, Ms. Jackson, who has come in on crutches tonight. So thank you all for being here, Mr. Pennington. We're ready to begin. I'm going to ask that you stay within the time frame allotted, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Our greetings to Dr. Paluski, Dr. Redis, members of the board, new members, congratulations again. Alan Pennington, proud principal of Amboy Elementary. Today, I would like to share with you an update of our third quarter Winter Atlas data and bottom 25% progress of our scholars. The purpose today is to share student growth data for the Winter Atlas and bottom 25%. To tie the focus back to the state's A through F school letter grade rating system, providing a clear picture of a school's effectiveness in supporting learners. Process and intended outcomes. The process, Amboy will evaluate the implementation and impact on student performance of the Winter Atlas and bottom 25. Intended outcomes, the focus for all students with concentration on students in the lowest quartile to meet or exceed their individual growth targets, demonstrating significant academic progress. This is our theory of action. Basically, it outlines specific strategies and actions our team will implement to reach our desired goal, and student proficiency in reading, math, and science. Our ELA goal is 24% of students proficient this year. A goal in math is 25% of students proficient this year, and in science, 22% proficient. Next slide. If you see, we have our reading data before you. Some of the highlights or celebrations I like to point out is that in our third grade, we are seeing growth across all levels. We're decreasing the number of level ones, meaning we're moving those students throughout the pendulum. Also, from fall to winter, we increased our numbers of our scholars proficient in grades 3 through 5. Some of the things that we're doing that is working, we've been having intensive planning with our teachers, providing them a stipend, which is our Rise in Design planning. We've also been working with our teachers on effective Tier 1 instruction, providing actionable feedback using the state's ALD's achievement level descriptors to monitor the rigor of instruction in class, making sure the rigor is high. We've utilized the HIT grant Kids First to work with those students in the bottom quartile, and we've also been intentional about meeting with our scholars and setting goals and continuing that talk about data with them, and also helping them to monitor their own learning and their own progress. We've had an area of our greatest growth. You see in red, 5th grade, our ELA, we kind of added a student or two to our level 1, and we realized that it was our writing that kind of affected us. So the things that we're doing to work with our students, that we sat down with teachers and we came up, we looked at the areas of needs which students need to provide more elaboration and more evidence in their writing to gain more points. So we've created a unified graphic organizer that those grade levels are using to bring out that elaboration so they can get more points in their writing. So we should see an increase in that. Next slide. All right, our math, you see our data, our celebrations. We're experiencing growth across all levels in math. We see 5th grade has moved scholars across all levels in levels 1 through 4. Some of the things that are working, again, I talked about the Rise in Design planning, the HIT grant tutoring. We have after-school tutoring that was specifically highlighting our 4th and 5th grade scholars. Our 3rd grade are getting intentional small group tutoring also from the HIT grant. We've been using those ALDs, giving feedback on rigor. We've also started work in our Atlas Bootcamp where we are focusing on those bolded standards and doing some extra practice every day, about 5 to 10 minutes, to get them, acclimated to the things that they will see on the Atlas. And we've been having more conversations, which is a shift in our building with staff and students about data. So we got kids running through the building excited about the growth. We have a data wall where students are moving their balloons up, and we're having big celebrations to celebrate teachers and our scholars.
Mr. Pennington, they're not really running, right? That they're walking?
They're walking.
Okay.
They're walking.
From a safety standpoint.
I would say that's what happened to Ms. Jackson, but no.
Just to play on words.
Play on words. Some of the things that we're doing, though, to help in those areas where we want to move students to more level 2s and more level 4s, really more level 4s, is where we're providing more small group intense instruction where to address those deficits, and again, more at-bats or practice with those skills that they need. Next slide. Science, I was extremely excited about our science growth. You see we have growth across all levels and all grades 3 through 5. We're excited about the number of scholars that are proficient. We have 39% of our students that went from, we had 8 students to 24 scholars proficient in 5th grade, which was a huge, level 1s, which we did a decrease in level 1s, in 5th grade, but then we went down from 28 to 8 scholars, and in 3rd grade we went from 47 to 25 scholars. I'm trying to read my writing in these glasses too at the same time, so y'all. But my 5th grade teacher really did a great job in moving those scholars and adding more students to proficiency. She increased from 8 to 24 is what I was trying to say earlier. And again, those things that we're doing where they're coming and intentionally planning, getting those stipends, that kind of motivated them to come playing, and we're seeing the evidence in the work that they're doing with our scholars. And then we're allowing more student voice in science where they're getting an opportunity to talk about the claim, the evidence, and the reasoning behind it, that critical thinking, that high-level thinking that scholars need in the classroom, and more hands-on opportunities. That was one of the things our 5th grade teacher attributed to why her scholars are growing more. We have the attendance of our bottom 25. If you see before you, what we have right now, you see the numbers that we have, and there's still an area in progress that we're working on, but we have a new RAP support service, a transition in that, and our RAP support person is really working with families now to really talk to them about bringing kids to school, and we're also trying to utilize our NEAT, Never Ever Absent a Tardy, where we celebrate students who are at school every day. We have our overall that just shows our students in the bottom 25 in reading, math, and science. That's what those numbers reflect. In reading and ELA, those numbers reflect the students who demonstrated growth for ELA from fall to winter. Our threshold that we created based upon our simulated grade and getting more points to raise it was 65%. If you see, we've exceeded that in 3rd and 4th grade so far with our bottom 25. And in 5th grade, I'm over time? No. Okay. I'm just moving, y'all forgive me. Or is it you in the slide? Okay. Let me go back.
Right, take us home, Mr. President.
And if you see that we exceeded that in grades 3 and 4, and we still have areas of growth. We've got a few kids we're still working on. We're providing those intensive interventions to work with them. And then in 5th grade, we're working to improve, again, we're working to improve that writing with them. But we're working on writing across all grade levels. In math, we exceeded the threshold in all grades. We're still addressing deficits during our after-school tutoring, and we're working with our scholars in small groups also to address those deficits throughout the day. In science, we're exceeding the threshold in 4th and 5th grade. We're close to meeting the threshold in 4th grade and working with the scholar, and we're still working with scholars in small groups, and we're still working with them on that student discourse, that student voice, and having those opportunities to think and speak critically with high critical skills and just more hands-on experiences with our scholars. The last slide is our high impact summary, and this is where we worked with the leadership team and Dr. Rogers on our data we received from March Forward. We identified the positives in our data and areas of needs. We discussed the whys of our positives and negatives in the data, and we determined quick wins for intense focus over the next 22 days at that time before the Atlas summative. So we determined as quick wins where we're going to have targeted interventions for those students that are close, within like 10 points of moving up to the next level, and we're providing even more intensive interventions for those scholars to give them a little push so that they can move through the levels and we can get more points as well to help with our letter grade. I know I kind of rushed through that, but I'm thinking about my other colleagues behind me. Again, my name is Alan Pennington. I'm the principal, proud principal of Amboy Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Pennington.
Questions?
We will entertain questions from the board at this time if you all have some.
Does
for our principal.
anybody to my left have any questions for Mr. Pennington?
I noticed in the 5th grade, the attendance. What are you seeing, and what are the things are you putting in place to?
Make sure you're talking in the mic.
I'm sorry. I noticed that the 5th grade attendance was a little low, lower than the others. What are you seeing, and what are you putting in place to address those things?
Well, we're seeing really is the motivation, and just having our kids motivated to come to school. We're brainstorming, trying to figure out what can we do to entice our students to be at school every day. And again, we're trying to capitalize on the never ever absent or tardy, where we highlight students, and we have a certain area in the cafeteria where we highlight them and they get to eat lunch, and we just have a sign up to celebrate them. But we're also have targeted those students, and our RAPS person is meeting and calling the parents and practically begging them to get them to school. One thing I do personally, if I see them coming late, I stop them at the front door kind of privately on the way out, and I just kind of whisper in their ear, hey, please get them to school, and tell them the importance of why. And then I have my secretary, I kind of give, we have a system where they know to highlight that I've had a conversation with that parent, so then we can talk to the RAPS person and give them an idea of how many times I've talked to that parent as well about getting them to school on time, or even getting them to school when my RAPS person calls them.
Okay.
That was my question, was with the families that the RAP services are engaging, do we have a sense of what the challenges are that those families are facing for the chronically absent students in particular?
And again, within the transition of our REPS person, he's trying to build that rapport to, because we had a transition and we lost the wonderful Miss Valley.
She had to go back to Boone Park.
Right, she had to go back to Boone Park. But she had established a rich rapport with those families. Okay. So Mr. Toombs is really working hard to establish that. Some of it is really out of the kids' control, right, where parents what we've noticed is some of the older kids are having to stay home to watch siblings, like babies and all of those things. So those are kind of the issues that really are out of our control. But hopefully we're putting things in place so the students can kind of entice the parents a bit. But we've also talked about incentives for parents as well, you know, like gas cards or something to entice them, you know, to get them to school. I mean, it's a challenge, but we are working on it.
Yeah, thank you. One data question, because I'm a data nerd
Yes,
too.
ma'am.
I can tell from your enthusiasm you like the numbers. I was trying to interpret, like in the first table with the third grade English or language scores, when you see the last test compared to the new test, sometimes the counts don't add up. So can you help me understand, like, I'll just take one example. For third grade ELA, the fall totals versus the winter totals, they're different numbers. And so because this is my first time reading one of these charts, does that mean that 9 students in this case like weren't tested in the winter as compared to the fall, or like how does that work?
They could have withdrawn. And
Okay.
we did lose quite a few students. We lost about 20 students that I can remember. Are you
Okay.
referring to the bottom 25%?
Yeah, just
okay.
because this is my I should have been more specific. Because this is my first time reading one of these charts. I see the levels, but then when I look at the overall total, it was the students that were tested in the fall versus those that were tested in the winter. There were 9 less in the winter.
Yeah, it could have been where we lost students.
Okay.
Within that duration of time.
Okay, so we're seeing the decline in level 1 because of loss of students as well.
As well, yes,
Okay.
but a lot of that decrease of level 1s is the hard work the teachers are
Yes.
putting forth.
That's what I was trying to discern. As
Absolutely.
I'm like looking at the totals versus the growth.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Pennington, when I saw your report, I thought he's going to come in here smiling and bouncing.
I'm excited. I am. I love my team, and I can truly say that with all my heart. And when Dr. Rogers said, we're finna do a lot of work, we were like, okay, who's this man? But then when we started working with him and he walked with us hand in hand, we were like, yeah, he wasn't telling any stories. But it's just like working out in the gym. You know it's going to be hard, but the more you push and you start seeing those muscles and seeing that growth and being able to, your momentum is different from where you started. I'm excited. Our teachers are working hard. They are working very hard.
Well, I'm excited too. Okay, but great report. Thank you.
To my right. Any questions?
Great report. Thank you.
I, as a new member of the school board, understand my responsibilities to the city of North Little Rock and the students, but I'm also very excited to be in your zone and working with you in my neighborhood schools. So I'm happy to see that, and I'm excited about that.
Thank you.
Just had one question, Mr. Pennington. Great report. I was looking at the red. I said, now that's good. But after school, are our 25% that you're referencing in your report all attending the after school sessions, or?
I'll let Ms. Jackson speak to that.
Okay.
Because I've been doing a lot.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We have, I would say, I would have to go back and actually count up and give you the exact number, but I would say about half. We offered it to all 4th and 5th grade students. We contacted the bottom 25% parents and said, hey, great opportunity for your child to get some extra practice 2 times a week. We had about 60 students out of 120 students who decided to participate in the after-school tutoring program. And based on our fall to winter growth, those students overall had an 89% growth rate. 89% of those about 60 students grew on that assessment in math from fall to winter.
And just a learning question. I know this is growth, and we'll probably hear more. At what point does it relate to the letter grade? Once the growth get to what level do we see the change in a letter grade?
At the summative.
Okay, I'm learning.
That's our question too. When can we get the next letter grade?
So we in this
Well,
together.
Ms. Barger, just on a 30,000-foot view, so letter grades are calculated in elementary school in third. So a third of what their letter grade is calculated on is the bottom 25. So you get more points when you move more kids out of level 1 into level 2 from ELA. You have some kids that are going to be in ELA, math, and science, so you're going to get multiple points out of that. The second thing is overall growth of just moving every kid. And then the last part is achievement. Those three things, and 33, 33, and 33%, all that calculation makes up a school's letter grade. Good question.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pennington.
Who's up next?
Boone
Mr.
Park,
Stroud.
Principal Stroud, AP Mr. Jones.
Boone Park's in the house.
Boone Park. Principal Stroud, I want to tell you, your colleague, Mr. Pennington, is in trouble.
Okay. All right.
He went
Follow
over.
directions.
He went over 2 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm just saying. Okay. Okay.
Keep it rolling.
Principal Stroud, you can begin, please.
Good evening, Superintendent Paluski, board members of the board, Madam President. I am, again, Denisha Stroud, proud principal of the Boone Park Elementary School. I had a couple of teachers, as we begin our presentation, to ask me if I could just play the clip from the state board visit from Secretary Oliva saying that the work that's happening at Boone Park is impressive, and then just walk back to my seat. But we did have that visit, and we are super excited about the work that's happening at Boone Park. We are seeing upward trends in the right direction, and I have no doubt that we are going to level up this school year. I will, next slide. Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. So our theory of action, for the board members who've been here, you've seen this before, just basically if we're providing time for teachers to collaborate and providing targeted professional development. And if the teachers are making data-informed decisions and internalizing those lessons to meet the needs of the students that sit in front of them, then we will meet those goals. And so when we look at our ELA, math, and science goals, we are closest in science to meeting that 16% target. Based on our winter data, we have 14% of our students who are demonstrating proficiency. So when we look at this first slide, this is our ELA. Highlighted in green, you will see we, across 3rd and 4th grade, and in levels 1 through 4 in 3rd grade, and levels 1 through 3 for 4th grade, we are moving in the right direction. What you want to see are decreases in level 1 and increases in levels 2 through 4, right? So increases in level 2 if they're coming from level 1 only. So we are moving in the right direction. In 5th grade, I think we saw the same with Amboy. There's one student who moved from level 2 to level 1 in 5th grade, and then one who moved from 2 to 3. And so you'll see those percentages change. But as Mr. Pennington stated, some of our students are highly mobile, and we do have 5th graders who've moved in, and we have students who've moved out. And so if those students are level 3 on the fall interim and they drop, then that's going to impact our percentage of students who are falling in those levels. And so we are excited about what we're seeing in ELA. Next slide. For math, you will notice right off the bat that there is no red. So we are growing in all grade levels, all levels except 4. Our goal all year has been growth. And so if students level up, if they continue to grow and they reach proficiency, that's great, but the goal is growth. And so just a major shout out to 3rd grade math. You'll see that we decreased the percentage of students in level 1 by 25%. 19% of those students moved to level 2, and 5% of those students moved to level 3. And so from level 1 to level 3 is a huge jump. We began at the beginning of the school year on that fall assessment with 0% of our students proficient in mathematics, and you will now see 3rd grade increase that by 5%, in 4th grade 9%, and in 5th grade 10%. So we now have students who are proficient based on the winter assessment. Next slide. When you look at science, science is rocking it. There's green everywhere except that one area where we still don't have any students in level 4 in 3rd grade. We will when we take our summative assessment. But major decreases in level 1 in science, especially in 3rd, 4th grade. And we're seeing those students move to levels 2s and 3s, and we are super excited about that. Next slide. I will just highlight our attendance data is not great, but there is a correlation between the high chronic absenteeism rate in 5th grade and the red that you saw in 5th grade ELA, right? So I want to speak to where we were in fall. In fall, we had, for third grade, there were 57% of our students who were chronically absent. You now see we have 21% of those students, and that is more than half, or 50%, more than a 50% decrease for that grade level. For fourth grade, we had 76% of our students considered chronically absent in fall, and for fifth grade, 64% were considered chronically absent. So major decreases due to the work of our amazing wraparound service specialists that we stole back from Amboy. And so we are super excited about the progress there. Next slide. Did you guys have this information? These are just the number of students. We'll just keep rolling, because I don't want to be in trouble tomorrow. Okay, so when we get to our bottom 25%, you'll see in ELA, I highlighted our school-wide goal is 70%. If we can have 70% of our students meeting their targets in the bottom quartile, we will receive 210 points. It only takes 367 points to be a C. And so if we can get 70% of students in all of those content areas, we will be on our way, well on our way to a C. Math, next slide is math. You'll see in math, third and fourth grade, the same. We are meeting that 70% target, really close in fifth grade math, and so we're working intentionally to move those numbers in the right direction. Let's look at our science. Third grade science had 100% of their students, of her students, who performed or demonstrated growth from fall to winter. And in fourth grade, this teacher joined us in November, and she has 94.7% of her students that demonstrated growth. She is rocking it, and that is attributed to the side-by-side coaching from the Bailey group, and so I have to shout that out because they've really worked intentionally with our science teachers, as well as Dr. Carmichael. Next slide. And then our high impact summary. This is just what we noticed and what we wonder. We want to take those areas where we're performing well, like what are we doing in science that is yielding these positive results, right? Is it the increase in student engagement? Is it the academic discourse? And if that's the case, we're going to leverage that across these other content areas. And so we've been very intentional about the work that we're doing across ELA, math, and science to move the needle at Boone Park, and we just can't wait for that 48-hour turnaround to receive those scores in April. That concludes our presentation. Any questions?
I want to say, Mr. Newsom, I understand how you feel about Amboy being in your zone, but you know we are responsible for all students. However, I said that to say everybody knows Boone Park is my school.
There's what do you call it? Friction on the board. Yeah.
I attended when the state board came through and did the review, and I want to tell you, you made me so proud. Absolutely. So proud. The state board, when at the end, Principal Stroud asked, to be honest, to let us know what we needed to improve on, what needed to be changed. Couldn't find a thing. The only thing that they observed, which we all knew, we have a lot of new teachers at Boone Park, and they were able to see that. But kudos,
yes,
you made us look good.
Thank you so much.
Are there any questions to my right?
I have one question. Help me understand on the high impact summary. What is bubble students? What's that mean?
So those
I just want to know.
Those are the students who are so close to the next level. Okay. They're right there on the bubble.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we look at about 5 points, within 5 points of the next level.
Okay. All right.
Any questions to my left?
On the chronic absenteeism, you were highlighting how well you guys have done. I'm just curious, what are the challenges, similar question, but what are the challenges that those students and families are facing that you guys have been able to resolve? Are there any themes there that we need to be thinking about more broadly?
Well, I can speak specifically to a student, and just the lack of utilities can be an issue. We also have challenges where, honestly, value on education in some of the homes is not there, and so students are not really motivated because all parents are not pushing students to make school a priority. They have options. as to whether or not they want to come to school. And when parents don't see the impacts in a positive way, we get students who just are able to make those decisions. Some of the challenges also include we have kids who, when it comes down to just basic needs being met, we have some who have situational things that keep them from coming to school. But overall, I think what trends is just the value on education and students being able to make these decisions.
One more question, but so for the relationship with the wraparound support person reaching out and connecting with those parents, are there any lessons learned from developing those relationships that we might also see transfer in other schools?
Absolutely. I think one thing that our wraparound service specialist does is make home visits.
Okay.
And on a specific home visit, we saw like probably every piece of clothing that this family owned out on a clothesline, and just the way that impacts a kid coming to school with
Right.
clothes that are dirty. And so there are lessons learned as to the challenges that students are facing. There's a lot of baggage that they have to drop off at the door every day.
Right.
And so we have a unique opportunity to change the trajectory, and we try to meet them where they are
Yeah.
and ensure that we can get them there. If we can get them in the seat, we believe that we can teach them.
Yeah. It's great to see.
Great report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Valley.
Ms. Valley, she's in the back.
He in trouble by himself. Come on, Dr. St. Louis. 2 APs with her tonight. I see Ms. Bishop and Ms. McFadden. Dr. St. Louis will have double the time because she's covering 2 schools, North Little Rock High School and the Center of Excellence.
So she gets 10 minutes.
Yes, at the most. Or if she goes over, she'll be in trouble with her colleague, Mr. Pennington. Yes, we're ready.
Good evening, Dr. Paluski, Dr. Redis, and members of the board, and congratulations to our new members. I am Dr. Nadia St. Louis, building principal for North Little Rock High School and the Center of Excellence. I'm appreciative for 2 of my assistant principals who are here this evening. Mrs. Bishop, she is one of my assistant principals for the high school, and Mrs. McFadden, she is my assistant principal for the Center of Excellence. So tonight, the high school and COE is going to look a little different in our formatting, just because we have, we're at the high school level, and so our data is going to look a little different. And then also, I'm not going to spend as much time drilling down on the data because I just want to speak to the things that we've been doing to get our students ready for the upcoming summative. And so the first 2 slides are our theory of action for both the COE and the high school. And this just right here is the work that our team has been doing, the work we're doing on the left to get to the goals on the right. We're really trying to move our letter grade. The COE is a D right there, really close to a C. The high school is an F, and we're working really hard to become a C school. And I believe both of our schools will move to that level. We're also trying to increase our students in level 3 and 4 and our graduation rate. So those who are new to the board, the high school, we have to move our graduation rate. That is what's different from us in the elementary school, as well as our readiness piece, which is our merit and distinction. So we have some different levels of metrics that we have to move in our building, and we're doing all the things to get there. For the high school, you can see the work we're doing as a team, and we work really strong together, high school and COE, to drive the work that we're doing. And again, we want to move our letter grade. We want to increase our students who are in level 3s and 4s. We want to increase our bottom 25% and move them to levels 2, 3, and 4. On this slide here, so how you read this slide is you start from, I guess, the far right to the left. So this first piece here for the high school, at the top you can see as a team, our PLCs each work together with their administrator and myself to determine what our goal was going to be for this school year. So at the top you can see for English 10, our goal was to get 20% of our students to be levels 3 and 4. So this is not growth, this is mastery on English 10. So So last year, we were at 12% of our students were level 3 and 4. And then you can see when we took the fall interim, we had 20% of our students in English 10 who were at, so we already got to our goal at the fall. At winter, we were at 24%. So I know that we will exceed the goal that we had for ourselves, and we're going to continue to drive that work. So you can see here for just English 10 how we have moved our level 3 and 4s and increased the number of students, and we have decreased our students in level 1. So we have less students that are in our level 1, and you can see the same thing down for our English 9. So our goal for English 9, it is 38%, and we do have work to do on that goal, but our English 9 team is working extremely hard at the high school with writing and reading to move our students. We've been in their PLCs, and it's a strong group, and so I feel very confident that we're going to get to that goal. On the next slide is math. It's COE, I'm sorry, I apologize. This is our goal here, and so you can see again from right to left where our goal was and where we are. So there was some movement there for ELA 10. So our overall goal is 40%, so we're right there to get our students. And for our students in English 9, we went from 30% to 47%, and so we've been moving those students. We have a really strong English teacher. This is just her second year, and we've seen growth from her as an English teacher in the COE, so really proud of that growth there. Math has been our area of growth. You all can see, you know, we still have a lot of movement, but last year for the high school, you know, we only had 2% of our students who were level 3 and 4. And just taking this assessment, we moved from 2% to 7%, and we moved from 6 kids to 30 kids. And I know that may not seem like a lot for a lot of people, but for our students, where math is our most area of struggle on our campus to get that movement, and we still have content to go, and our teachers are working extremely hard, I know we'll get that goal. And that is for geometry. For algebra, our goal was to have 12% of our students to score 3 or 4, and we met that goal. And so I believe we'll be able to exceed that goal on the summative assessment. For the COE, you can see our goal again for geometry. You know, we're moving those students. We're able to get at least 5% who were level 3 and 4, and we had 0% last year. And then for algebra, we were able to get 22% of our students who were level 3 and 4, and our goal was 18%. So really proud of the work that we're doing. So you all know, in most of our PLCs on the campus, high school and COE teachers work together to ensure learning is happening, and they collaborate when it comes to our Atlas tested subjects and the work that we're doing. The next 2 slides are around biology. So for the high school, we started off with 11% in summative, and our students working with our PLCs, Dr. Carmichael, we got to 18% at the winter interim. We did drop just a little bit, but you can see our level 1 decreased significantly. We went from 52% all the way to 29%. So we're really excited about that growth for the biology. And then for biology for COE, really excited about the work that we're seeing in COE from 22% last year and then all the way to 43%. So we're excited about the growth for our students in biology, and the goal there that they had was 33%. So I feel extremely confident in the work that we're going to continue to do to move students, that we're going to exceed these goals, because we still have, we took this winter assessment in early February, and we've been covering a lot of content, doing a lot of interventions, and so I feel really great about the work we're going to continue to do when we take the Atlas. So our bottom 25% looks a little bit different. So the way you want to read this is, because I wasn't able to put every single piece on here. So this first top number for geometry, when we pull the first data back in the beginning, October 1st, 100% of our students were level 1 students. So this data here shows now, when we took the winter assessment, we have 86% of our students are now in level 1. So we have 14% less students who are level 1 students in geometry, and now we have students who are level 2, and we also have students who are level 4. And that's really encouraging for us to see for our level 1, because a lot of our students who are in our bottom 25%, they are our most chronic students and most at-risk students oftentimes. And so to already see that movement, and I'm excited to see that even some of our students who are at our very bottom of the level 1, even if they're still in level 1, they have exceeded their personal growth for this year. So we're able to look at every student. We have a data wall. So even if they're still in level 1, they've moved in the level 1 category, and I'm really excited to see that data. So as you go through here, this is showing you from where we started at 100% back in October with level 1s to where we are now in every single category. And so I don't want to have to, belabor that from each, subject area for the high school and COE, but it just kind of goes down through there for our bottom 25% and the targeted interventions we're doing to get them to move. Where you see for English 10 for the high school, we have students who moved from level 1 all the way to level 3. And that's really hard work for our students who are in the bottom 25%. And motivating high school students is a challenge. And so a lot of our students are a lot more motivated, and we're seeing that in the work that we're doing. I do want to notate for biology, we saw huge growth. When the students were in the 8th grade, 100% of our bottom 25% students, they were in that level 1, all the way to now we only have 43% of our students are in level 1 for biology, and this is for high school and COE. And so that means over 50% of our students have moved out of the level 1 category from when they were in the 8th grade all the way to now. So shout out to our biology teachers and our physical science teachers for the content that they're pushing on our students and where we're moving our students to. And so the same thing for COE, you can see the data and where we're moving our bottom 25% of students there. Before I speak to our high impact summary, I do just want to kind of take some time to talk about some of the things that we're doing on our campus and what's working. And also for our new board members, for our data, we also have to include our students who are at the academy. They're included in our bottom 25% data, and our students who are virtual. So we don't get to actually work with those students every day, but we are making an impact working with Sandy Williams and Brooke Reynolds to ensure there is continuity and equity in the education we're providing to make sure those students are able to perform as well. But on our campus, some of the things that we've been working on, we've been doing boot camps in all of our PLCs and in our Atlas tested subjects where students are seeing the content that they've covered, spiraling the work. We were asked to do the boot camps to April 3rd, but we're pushing ours until April 17th to continue there. This year we purchased peer assessment, which is formerly Edulastic, and our teachers are able to see real-time data to look at our standards, how our students are performing, and all of our teachers in our Atlas tested subjects are utilizing peer assessment to assess student learning, to use that data to drive instruction. Our PLCs are working stronger to collaborate, to really look at our bottom 25%, our data walls, looking at ALDs, to continue to drive the work. We're focusing on writing rubrics, writing on command in our ELA classes. We're also doing drop everything and read, and we utilize a writing platform in the fall to focus on writing. And then we've had really strong interventions during our flex time to make sure we're pulling students and targeting those interventions. We still have opportunities of growth around our bottom 25% because, again, when we're asking teachers, where are we seeing that struggle with our bottom 25%? Those are our students that it is very difficult to get them to come to school, sometimes to motivate, but we are seeing several of them moving. We're continuing to make sure our teachers are utilizing and covering their content, spiraling their content, and utilizing our RAP support to make sure our students are getting their needs met. And so our teachers, I do want to just take time to shout out all the teachers here and all the teachers in my building, just the work that they're doing, because I know it's a lot to continue to drive and make sure we're getting ready for Atlas, but it's showing in our data, and I feel 100% confident that when we get to the summative Atlas, you all will see the work that we've been able to do, and I believe we will exceed expectations. I did work with Dr. Rogers and my admin team and my NISs to look at our specific data and talk about what did we see from that data, what questions that we had, and what are some of our quick wins. And so we're really wanting to utilize writing on command, refocus our flex time to be more targeted around math because that's still an area of growth for us, and utilize some of our teachers and the work that they're doing to refocus some of our content time in our small group interventions in class. So I know I had more time, but I wanted to be able to provide time for you all to ask questions if you all had any. Well, you said I had extra time because I had 2 schools. I used all my time.
Okay. Come on now. Any questions to my left?
I know. I'm sorry. sorry, because I know it's been a long.
Oh, no
but
apologies.
Apologies. Just a couple of formatting questions. So as I was comparing, can you help me understand why levels 3 and 4 collapsed in the tables for the high school and the COE? Whereas in other ones, like you can see level 3 and level 4 count.
So for us, just being able to look at level 3 and 4 means a student is going to meet achievement. Whether they're in level 3 or 4, it just is easier for us to see that data and knowing those students, all those students in those categories are proficient.
Okay. And then what about the chronic absenteeism rates too? Does that apply at the high school similar to the previous reports where we see like the absenteeism rates?
Yes, so we do have quite a bit more students because just even our 9th grade class alone has 500 students or plus, and that's just high school and COE. And so that chronic, and we have worked really hard with our intervention teams and everything like that. But I would echo the sentiments of my colleagues when it comes to the students and the areas that we're seeing getting our students to come to school. Yeah. So that the data was not in here just because I had to present so much more with high school and COE data, but it pretty much mirrors some of the concerns we're seeing across the board when it comes to our chronically absent students. When talking to teachers, I asked them to do a narrative on all of our students who are in the bottom 25%, and that was pretty much the theme for most of our students who are not making gains. It was number one factor was them missing school.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions to my right?
I'm just curious, and I know there's not one particular answer for this, but math scores seem pretty solid from what we've seen, improving. But for some reason, it's a struggle for high school. And again, not one answer, I'm sure, is the thing. But is it an age thing, or are you having to come back and teach these kids the basics again on geometry and algebra from where they were, or is it a little both, or what?
I think it's a combination of both. I've noticed at the high school level, when you go through our high HQIM materials, the rigor is there. Mm-hmm. And so math is especially like geometry. Geometry is a very different type of math. I taught math when I was in high school, so having a student having to apply their algebraic expressions to a picture or a diagram or a shape, it can be a struggle. So if you have missed school and there's gaps there, or you had gaps in middle school, trying to catch them up can be difficult. I don't really want to say there's one right answer. I've just noticed over time, even with their grades, math is always a subject that our students seem to struggle the most with when it comes to really comprehension and content. And a lot of that sometimes is like, we're really trying to make sure our students understand the importance of studying that math at home. Like, you're not just going to be able to get the math concepts here in this time. You're going to have to go home and practice. So really working with our parents and students to understand all the resources available to them. But there's a lot of different reasons why our students struggle in the area of math.
Thank you.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Next up, Network B. Since Network A took a lot of your time.
You have 4 minutes apiece.
All right, Mr. Smith and Mr. Clark, we'll just keep it rolling. Just
Absolutely.
high-level overview.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Dr. Redis, Dr. Pawlowski, members of the board, and new members of the board. Welcome. My name is Jacob Smith. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement for Network B, and you're going to see a lot of similarities in the presentation in regards to what Network A presented tonight. And the first one up, we always seem to start with elementary, and so we decided to switch it up in Network B, and we're going to go secondary first today. So Mr. Clark is up, proud principal of the 6th grade campus.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Madam President, board members, Dr. Pawlowski, thank you so much for allowing me to present tonight. I am Michael Clark, the proud principal of North Little Rock Middle School's 6th grade campus. I am going to just roll through all through this. Y'all seen it. Excuse me. The theory of action. Have you seen this with the other schools? The one thing that I want to point out, because I'm going to touch on this here in just a few minutes, is the student learning goals. For ELA and math, our goal was 17%, and science is 18%. So I'm not going to go much in depth into that right there, because as we dive into where our data is based on our winner, we have exceeded that already. And so that is something that we are very proud on. So in ELA, We are currently sitting at 27% proficiency. So that was an increase of 3.5% from the fall. We have actually set a school-wide goal of 33% proficient. So we've almost doubled where Mr. Smith has wanted us to be. So we are trying to push ourselves even more than we have ever done before. As I go through this, you know, one thing that we tried to celebrate with our staff, the increases that we did make, and our staff was like, that's great, but it's not good enough. And so that's one thing that they continue to tell me, Mr. Clark, we are not an F school. And so that's our motto the entire year. So as we look at this, the level ones decreased, which is what we want to see, obviously, and then every other level did increase, which is what we want to see. Math, we saw a decrease in level 1. We actually saw a decrease in level 2, which is good because we saw the increase in level 3 and 4. Again, in math, we are currently sitting at 21%. Our goal was 17, so we have already beat that goal, and our school-wide goal is 27. So we still got a little ways to go. In science, this is the one that we showed tremendous growth on. We showed 11.6% growth in proficiency in science. We almost completely doubled where we were in the fall. So 78 students moved out of level 1 into either level 2, 3, or 4. So we increased our proficiency numbers by 11.6%. And so we're currently sitting at 27% on those areas there. So very proud of our work, but I'm just echoing what our teachers have said. Not enough. We're still working hard. The one thing that I do want to point out, this is our attendance data for our bottom quartile or bottom 25%. The one thing that I do want to point out that this does include every 6th grade student. That includes ALE, day treatment, virtual, any student that is slated to be in the 6th grade. So if you take out every other student except the ones that are currently in my building, then you can almost shave off 4% of those numbers. Because we did the data for all 6th grade, because that's what I'm responsible for no matter what, and then the ones that come inside this North Little Rock Middle School 6th grade campus itself. Does it make a difference? In the end, it doesn't, because I'm responsible for all of them. But I did want to kind of point that out, that the ones that are coming into our building, that those are the ones we have an effect on. The other part of that is that we really haven't had that big of a difference between the fall to now. Our attendance numbers have only increased by about 1.5 to 2% in those areas. I actually looked that up the other day. Mr. Smith kind of pushed me to do that. And when I looked at it, I was actually shocked, because everyone knows going into December, January, February, that's the months where a lot of people get sick also. We've had a lot of teachers out also. And so to see that our attendance numbers have not shot up even more, we're actually pleasantly shocked. However, those percentages are not where they should be. The one thing that we do share a rap with Ms. Harrison at NLR6, so that person does go back and forth. So they're working hard at both campuses. So, Dr. Paluski.
They're always advocating for resources.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
We're working on it.
But anyway, so that is something that we will, that RAP is actually doing a great job of trying to help those families that are not coming to school. And it's the same, it's an echo from the other principles that I'm not going to go into, but it is, you know, families not really caring about the educational values of coming to school. That's a major part of that. So it's really trying to instill to the parents, hey, it is very important that you are at school. Make sure your child is there. These are our numbers of the students that are in our lowest quartile. So I'm just going to go through that, and I'll just briefly speak on the growth that we have shown with our students in that lowest quartile. So we have 64 students that are in ELA that have shown growth out of the 112. That's a 57% growth. Math, we've shown 44% growth. And then in science, 64.7% growth in that bottom quartile. So 77 out of the 119 students have shown growth. The one thing I do want to point out, the reason that those numbers don't match, it's 112 in ELA, 112 in math, and then 119 in science, is it's based on how the calculations are on the test. So if you have students that are at the low end and they all have the same test score, then they're looped into the test. So in math and ELA, the cutoff score might have been, say, 1020, where in science, the bottom score might have been 1020, but you would have had 20 students in there. So that's why that number grew, whereas the bottom score in math and ELA, you may have only had 10 students in that bottom score. So the numbers can fluctuate based on how many students scored in that particular area. When it comes to our high impact summary, one thing that we have seen is that out of that growth in ELA, we had 19 students in that bottom quartile that were within 5 points of meeting growth. That's 19 out of that group. Math, we're at 28 students are within 5 points of growth. And then science, we're at 15 students that were within 5 points of growth. So guess who we're targeting? Yes, we are. Those students right there. And as we move across to that last column, you'll see what we're doing with those students. In ELA, what we have found that they're lacking in is reading informational text. For some reason, students have a hard time reading about factual information. They'll read about fiction all day long. That's what they enjoy. But when you put factual information or things that they should know about, and it's just very hard for them to comprehend. So that's what we're really focusing on, informational text and also writing about informational text. And so that's what we're focusing on, not just necessarily those 19 students that were within 5 points, but across the board. That's what we're seeing our lowest area in. In math, we found one of the lowest areas that those students are testing in is geometry, measurement, statistics, and probability. We haven't taught it yet. That's what we're currently teaching. So that's one thing that it wasn't a good thing, but it's one thing that at least we knew that even though we scored low on it, we're hitting those standards right now because the way the test is designed, we're taking the test based on all standards in 6th grade, fall, winter, leading up to the summative. And so we're currently hitting that, and then our intervention time, the standards that we have taught is what we're going back and reviewing. And so on our intervention Fridays, we're reviewing standards that have been taught. Science, one of the lowest areas, again, is earth and space science. That's what we're currently teaching. So again, we're hitting those standards now. The one area that we did score, the other area that we scored lowest on was life science. There was 3 standards that we scored weak on. Science teachers going back and reteaching that in addition to teaching the current earth and space science standards. So a lot of things that we're pushing our students now, we're taking one day at a time, but we have 17 days. April 21st is our first day of testing. So every day counts. And so we are pushing our teachers, pushing our students every day. And so as our staff keeps saying, we're not an F school, and it's our job to prove it. So thank you. Any questions?
Any questions to my right? Any questions to my left?
I remember vividly when you came in and you had this scrunched up piece of paper. And I kept thinking, what is that he brought in and set up there on the table? And then you told us that these were all the excuses that teachers, why didn't our students do better? Well, this and this and that. He said, then after we got all that out of our system, I took that sheet of paper and I've got it right here. And I've crumpled it up, and we're going to throw that away, and we're diving into the work. And that's what I'm hearing from you. And obviously, y'all have got a motto now going, so very good. Very
Next year
good.
we're going to change that model. So, did I stay under my time?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Great
you, Mr.
report.
Clark.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Next up is Miss Hampton, proud principal of 7th, 8th grade campus.
Welcome, Ms. Hampton.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, school board members, Dr. Paluski. I'm going to set my timer. I'm a talker. Okay. We will begin with our theory of action. I'm going to go straight over here to our goals. You will see that our goal is 17% proficiency in ELA, 17% proficiency in math, and 18% proficiency in science. A little bit later, I'll go deeper into the data, but I did want to go ahead and share that we are currently at 19% proficiency in ELA, so we're about 2% above our goal there. In science, we're at 25.5% proficiency, so we're above our goal there in science. And then math is a key focus area for us. In math, we're at 11.5% proficiency, so we're quite significantly below our goal. But I do want to remind you all that math is a little unique because we take the top out of math. So our highest performers in math end up going into geometry and algebra 1, whereas in ELA and science, they're included with their peers. So that does impact some of that proficiency that we see. Okay, so our change over time from our fall interim to our winter interim, you will see that we grew in positive ways. So in 7th grade ELA, we decreased our level 1s and increased our level 2s. So that means we moved students from level 1 to level 2, and then we increased our level 3s. So we moved students from level 2 to level 3. So we're seeing growth there. In 8th grade ELA, again, we're seeing a decrease in our level 1s, an increase in our level 2s. We see a decrease in our level 3s, but then if you go over there to level 4, you'll see that we had an increase in level 4. So the reason why we had the decrease in level 3 is because those students moved to level 4. In math, now this does not include algebra 1 and geometry, so in 7th grade math, again, you'll see we decreased our level 1s. We also decreased our level 2s. That's in red because it's a decrease, but then if you go over to level 3, you'll see, again, we've seen an increase in level 3, so the reason why those level 2s decreased is because those students moved up to level 3. And then we also had an additional student in level 4. In 8th grade math, we decreased our level 1s, decreased our level 2s, but also increased level 3 and level 4. So we are pushing those students towards proficiency. In algebra 1 and geometry, again, we're seeing growth. We saw a decrease in level 1s in algebra 1 and a decrease in level 2, but the same as in the other content areas. That's because we've pushed those students to level 3 and level 4. In geometry, you'll see that we have 3 students who have not moved in level 1, and a little bit later I'll talk about what we're doing to intervene with those students. We've also decreased in level 2 and level 3, but you'll notice that we lost 3 students in level 2, 2 students in level 3, but then we gained 5 students in level 4. So those students jumped up to level 4, which is incredible growth. And then in science, you see growth across the board, much like at the 6th grade campus. Science is a great area of strength for us. Our students are super engaged in the science classrooms. Our science teachers have a really strong PLC. They're super data-driven in their conversations. They're also really competitive. And so they've drilled down to looking at who the students are in their bottom quartile, and they're working really hard to pull small groups and move those students. And we see their efforts going to good use there. For attendance, our attendance for our bottom 25% of students has not changed from the fall to the winter. So this continues to be an area of concern for us. You'll see that in 7th grade, 39% of our bottom quartile is chronically absent. And then in 8th grade, 45% of our bottom quartile is chronically absent. Our wraparound services specialist, Ms. Amberg, she's working really hard to get in touch with families, to give resources to specific families, and then to provide supports to students. She is the main person that connects our students to mentors. On the boys' side, our students are working with Walter Sims Mentoring, and with our girls, our students are working with Lessons for Life. And for our students who are engaged in those mentoring programs, who are in the bottom quartile, we see better attendance than with our students who are not engaged in those mentorship programs. Lies. Also, I wanted to add just this comment, just to speak to the value of students being engaged in what's happening in the building. I have lots of twins in the building, but I have a set of twins. One of the siblings has an attendance rate of 98.4%. The other sibling has an attendance rate of 77%. And the difference is one is involved in athletics and the other one is not. And so I just wanted to give you all that data just to speak to the power of our students being engaged in the building, not just academically, but even in additional activities. Sometimes that's the reason why they're coming to school. And then here are our numbers for our bottom 25%. And then moving right along to the percentage of students in our bottom 25% who demonstrated growth. So you see there in ELA, 51.6% of our 7th graders in our bottom quartile demonstrated growth. And in 8th grade, 49% demonstrated growth. Our goal as a building is to be at 50%. In math, 48% of our students in the bottom quartile are demonstrating growth. In 8th grade, 46% are demonstrating growth. And then on down to science, 37.5% are demonstrating growth. In 7th grade, 63% are demonstrating growth in 8th grade. I do want to mention that in 7th grade, if you'll go back a few months ago, our 7th graders demonstrated around 80% growth. And so it has slowed down significantly, but also they demonstrated so much growth on the front end of the school year. And part of the conversation that we had with our 7th grade team is how can we loop back to those areas where they performed well on the first interim and make sure that that information is fresh on their minds when we do the summative. And then here's our high impact summary. The main thing I want to speak to here is just the things that we're doing to respond to our data. So we are doing a Leveling Up Awards ceremony. We're going to broadcast that on YouTube. So we'll go live so that parents can see their students receiving an award for leveling up in Atlas. We've also made a really big point of setting goals with our students. So before our spring interim, every teacher had a conversation with every student. All of our core content teachers had conversations with each student to set a goal for that winter interim, and then we'll replicate that for our summative. Teachers have also circled back around to students and had a conversation with them about how close they were to their goal. That conversation is huge. Sometimes just our students knowing that we're paying attention matters. We also attach incentives to our interims, so we have an incentive attached to every single interim. One of our incentives was just that they get to wear pajamas to school. They love pajamas. And it doesn't cost us anything to allow them to wear pajamas one day. In math, that's huge. So we have our math lab intervention that we're doing every single day. For 30 minutes, we have students who are being pulled into small groups by our math teachers. And in these last few weeks leading up to the assessment, we're being really intentional about pulling those students who are right there on the line, and then also making sure that we're doubling back down on our bottom quartile. And I will open the floor for questions. I'm a little over time.
Any questions to my left? Any questions to my right?
I don't really have a question, but can we get a acronym glossary?
We actually do.
I remember some of them, but I'm like, okay, that's
20 pages long,
just,
though.
Yeah.
It said it's 20 pages long, though.
Yeah, I needed to, I can highlight them. I figured out some of them.
Ms. Barker, we'll make more of a concerted effort going forward to make sure we define those.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hampton. Dr. Rogers, I'm starting my list. Mr. Kelly.
Hey, Mr. Kelly.
The Mr. Kelly. While he's coming, is leveling up the theme for the district? I keep hearing we leveled up, we leveling up.
It's at multiple schools.
That's it, okay.
It's at multiple
I
schools.
just thought it was neat.
Welcome, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, Dwight Kelly, proud principal of the Glenview Elementary.
Proud principal.
Jump right into it, Mr. Kelly.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Paluski. I am grateful to be here tonight to talk about Glenview Elementary. We're going to skip to our theory of action. And our theory of action, you'll see that our target growth, Glenview will have at least 24% students proficient in ELA, 21% students proficient in mathematics, 21% students proficient in science. We are not there yet, but we're growing. If we go to the next slide, you will see the amount of students moving from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, and my kids are growing. And this is a summation of ELA, and we'll go ahead and go to our math. And there are pockets where teachers are doing a wonderful job. If you look at fourth grade, look at the amount of growth in level 2, 32%. And what we want to see a decrease in level 1 and the shift moving to the right. And we'll look at science. Once again, the decrease in level 1 and the shift moving to the right. And again, I say we're not there yet, but we will be. And we'll go to the attendance on the bottom 25%. Our attendance, especially in the fourth grade, we're grateful for our wraparound services, our special agent, and our special agents in the office. They do a wonderful job communicating with families. They do an awesome job communicating with the students as well, because we have to plant seeds in the students' mind that they are important and we need them at school. So this is a public service announcement once again. Parents, we need you.
Yes.
You are part of the team. Please, we need you to bring your babies to school, make sure they're at school, make sure they're on time, so that we can do our part to help them grow. On behalf of all of my colleagues, we need your help.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We're going to move on to the next slide, focusing on our bottom 25% in each subject. This is the numbers of our bottom 25%. And we'll move to the next slide, focusing on ELA. Notice the growth of my bottom 25% in third grade, and look at fourth grade. The teachers are working hard. Our kiddos are working hard. We're going to go ahead and go to.
And the fourth grade is where we have 100% attendance in the bottom quartile.
We're going to go ahead and go to math. We are experiencing growth in math as well. If you see our third grade students, 70%, our fourth grade, 37, fifth grade, 63. And then our science, our third grade science, 90% of those students grew, 62% in fourth grade, 57% in fifth grade. And our high impact summary, there were some focus areas. We were able to walk with Arch Ford and a member of the State Department of Education, and there were some focus areas in third grade math and also fifth grade ELA. And so if you look and see, we had the bottom 25% growth difference. In other words, we added up all the points and see where we were. These were the two lowest areas. And so we want to make sure that we continue to focus on Tier 1 instruction and our Tier 2 instruction. Small groups are happening daily, every single day in those areas. Small group instruction is so important to our kids. And so if you look at that last slide, the high impact summary, what are we doing? We're double dosing personnel in 3-5. And so that means every available agent is able to come in the classroom and help and assist. And we have those who work in other areas. They don't mind pulling and working with kids. And so we're grateful for all of the staff, because there are some wonderful certified staff, some wonderful classified staff who don't mind working with kids. Also, we reached out to a retired teacher to help us assist and plan in the area of math and math intervention. Also, we have wonderful partnership with our literacy and our math state coaches. We have partnered with them, and they are on, and they have their hands on the plow with us. With our literacy state coach, she's created an area where we're trying to improve in a 4-week writing plan. We found that in ELA, students writing, we were impacted in a negative way. And so we've been focused on it. As a matter of fact, we just had a MOC, which stands for a measurement of knowledge, because we're trying to build up our students' stamina, looking at the atlas and putting them in that position. And so we've been focusing on opinion writing. And so we've been talking about sentence stems and making sure students, they hold a position. Sometimes students, they'll start talking and they'll say, I'm for this, but then they'll start rambling and they'll be for everything. And so just different strategies focusing on that opinion. And then strategic support planning with our district coordinators. We're grateful for the district coordinators. They do a wonderful job with us. Dr. Stoll, thank you so much for your team. Our network instructional support and accountability, she's doing an awesome job. Shout out to Ms. Neville. And the HIT grant and math and ELA support. And then our after school program, we're going to be able to offer 8 days, and that will happen after spring break. Again, win time, that flexible scheduling where anyone who's available, they're able to come help pull students and do small groups with them. Goal setting sheets, interviews, face-to-face with principals, with teachers. We want to make sure that we get one-on-one with our kids and challenge them. Testing assemblies, conversations, principal challenges, and matter of fact, tomorrow we'll have our incentive for those students who grew on the winter assessment, because students, they must be spoiled when they grow. And we want to make sure that our kids know that we're so proud of them for growing. And then I'm going to open the floor for questions, and I hope I didn't go over my time.
You're good, sir.
On the 8 days, it's not Saturdays and Sundays, right?
Say it again, please.
You said 8 days, and I thought it's only 7 days during the week.
No, ma'am. 13 days before we take that first test in ELA for our third graders. And so we're trying to, strategically place those days right before testing.
Gotcha. Any questions to my left?
I do. Just one question. You mentioned several partners, I think, as I'm learning all the players, but state literacy coaches and Archford and others that were supporting your building. Are those, how do those come into play? Like, how does that come to be?
And so because we were listed as an F school, right now, we won't be in the future. But because we're listed as F school, we were assigned a state coach to our building. And so there are different partners that are assigned to us.
Okay.
And so Archford, so as you know, many of the school districts in Arkansas are very rural, so they rely on cooperatives.
Yep.
So cooperatives allow you to pull resources. So we're attached to the Archford Co-op, and so they've been assigned to us to continue to support all of our schools, given the current status that we're in.
So they're supporting more than Glenview?
Absolutely,
Yes,
the whole district.
Tonight,
Yeah,
first time
for sure,
Okay.
for sure.
Any questions to my right?
Good job, Mr. Kelly.
Shout out Glenview. That's one of my schools.
Go Chargers.
Love the competition already. All right, Miss McKinley.
Miss McKinley.
And Miss Woods.
And Miss Woods. proud principal and assistant principal of
That's
Meadow
another
Park
one of my schools.
Elementary.
All right. Good evening, board, Dr. Paluski, and all our newcomers and our returning comers. How about that? I am April McKinley, and I'm not going to say proud. I'm going to say grateful. This has been a rough, tough year, and we're like that Duracell bunny. We're taking a licking, but keep it on ticking.
There you
So
go.
with that being said, and not to run over my time, since that seems to be the topic of the night, the concern, I should say. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Going right to our theory of action. I know a lot of the principals tonight have gone straight to the side that says student learning goals, but I want to pause for a moment. I want to stop in the middle, if you will. It's talking about the instructional moves, and it's focusing on the teachers. And if teachers make these instructional moves, the learning internalization and data-informed decision-making, I just want to point out that I have 45% of my classroom teachers are non-traditional. And so that's a task. Okay, that just simply means that they're in pathways, they're in master programs or whatever it is, and we have to work doubly hard to get them where they need to be. So we can't hand them an HQIM and say go forth and be great, and then we're going to go from a D to a C to a B, and you're going to make it happen without us having to stop, press pause, and go back and make sure that they have the training and the support that they need in order to be successful in the classroom so that we can move scholars. So yes, our scholars are growing, but I want to say that we're also growing teachers. And so I think that that is something that needs to be noted, and I wanted you all to know that. Not negating the fact that, or overlooking the fact that we are making growth in some areas, and I definitely want to talk about that, but I wanted to just say that publicly. And I just want to kind of shout out my teachers because they are doing a great job. All right. Excellent. All right. Looking at our summary of quantitative, and I did not bring my glasses, Mr. Pennington, so I'm up here really struggling. Looking at our summary of quantitative data, ELA fall, winter interim, we've got lots of green, and we do have some red down at the 5th grade level, but usually when you see negative, that's a bad thing, but when you see negative on this slide, that's a good thing. So that means we are moving scholars. So you see the decrease in those level ones. There is some red in that 5th grade, and we're going to talk about that when we get further down into the ELA data. All right, this is the summary of the quantitative data, math fall, the math. Lots of green, and we are truly excited about that. Definitely have some roads to travel and some things to cover, but we are making gains, and we celebrate our successes. And so we're excited about where we're going with math. This is the data, the summary for science. We're doing great things in science. I kind of want to echo everyone that has come before me. This is an area where in the past I feel like we have not spent a great deal of time as a district in the science piece, but we do have a new HQIM, and we have a great support in the district. Dr. Carmichael is excited to be in the buildings, and we did walks this morning in our building, and so I'm excited about what she is doing and what she brings to the district. Next slide. This is our attendance, our bottom 25%, looking at this chronic absenteeism. I can say that I've been in the district for a very long time, and I've been in Meadow Park for a very long time, and even though this may seem grim, this is eons better than where we've come from, and so I am super excited about that. We have a RAP specialist, and we actually just got her in January, but when I tell you she came in and hit the ground running, she said, now listen, I know you're busy, but can you talk to me, because I got to find out what are the systems, are your teachers taking attendance, are they doing, and so I was like, oh, okay, well, let me straighten up and talk to you, because it sounds like we're talking business here. And so I was excited about the fact how excited she was. She has reached out to a number of parents, not just K-5, she's reaching out to pre-K parents. Like, okay, let's talk about the pre-K attendance, because this is setting the tone for kindergarten and so forth and so on. And so she is doing an amazing job, and I do appreciate that. She is celebrating those a perfect attendance and just really sending weekly emails to teachers and saying, hey, this is where your scholars are. They have missed 3 days. They have missed 4 days. Have you reached out to them? I shouldn't be the first person they talk to, but have they? So it is just an accountability piece that is A1. So yes, next slide. All right, this is the bottom 25%, ELA, writing, math, and science. These are just the total numbers. So we're moving on. This is our ELA, and you can see the number of students who demonstrated growth, and then of course the percentage of students demonstrating growth. I do want to just throw this in right quick as well. We celebrated our winter data in a growth assembly about a couple of weeks ago, and we contemplated whether or not we were just going to celebrate the 3s and 4s, if we were going to celebrate everyone that grew. And we jumped out there and we celebrated everyone that grew. And let me tell you, that assembly took forever, but I cannot, it took forever because everybody had, little pockets of growth, and it was great, and we celebrated them. But the smile on their faces, just to see, and they understand. We talk to them, we do goal setting with the teachers and with the scholars, and they understand, okay, I grew 5 points, but I need to grow this. And so we were able to give them that range that they needed to fall in, so that the scholars, just again, as Mr. Pennington said, they're running through the building. Yeah, mine are probably running through the building, but that's okay. Listen, the thing is, when they see us coming, they stop running. So, hey, I'll take it. But they were truly excited during testing time because they were running us down. What did I make? What did I make? And so having that data instantly was gratifying for them, and equally as gratifying for us.
We get to celebrate those kids that aren't often celebrated when we do celebrate all the growth,
That's
not
right.
just
Love
those
it.
high kids.
That's great.
Because that's a repeat celebration in a lot of ways.
Love
a lot
it.
of times.
Awesome.
All right, and this is the winter for math. And so, again, you can see the growth here, 64% in 3rd grade, 93% in 5th grade. That 5th grade and 3rd grade teacher are veteran teachers. They are rocking it. They have great VAM scores and all the things. That 4th grade teacher is new, but listen, she is so excited about learning. She wants to learn. She wants to be great. She desires it. She stays late and comes early. And so we're looking and experiencing great things for her. She is really, really linked up with Miss Wood, who is all things math, which is a perfect marriage because I'm not so much. But so she is going to get there, and we're not concerned about her numbers. She's going to get there. This one is for science, and again, science is really taking off. Just to kind of echo, I told Dr. Carmichael that I was going to say this. She said, it's not me, it's not me, they're just opening the box. I said, but Dr. Carmichael, I said, they're opening a box, but they know there's accountability because they know that you're coming to see if they open the box. And now that they're opening the box, they got to do something with the contents of that box, and you're coming to see if they're doing that. And so accountability goes a long way, and that means something, and we're seeing extreme growth in science because of that. Next slide. All right, so my high impact summary slides are a little different. I didn't do little cute little bullets, but I just kind of addressed the questions that were, we have been asked. And what do you see in your data? Well, this is the ELA part. We see that we're on track to make the expected amount of growth at every grade level except 5th. And so we're thinking, what is going on in 5th? Because that's a veteran teacher. Every time you go in there, she's on her feet. She is teaching everything with fidelity and all the things. So why aren't her scholars growing more? And what we figured out is that lack of engagement. We have been told, or we now see, that if scholars are not talking, they may not be learning. And so she was doing a lot of the talking, a lot of the heavy lifting, when we need to release some of that. And that isn't always easy for our veteran teachers because they want to hold on to it. I'm teaching it, and so we are doing more things with her in terms of turning talks, allowing them to have that accountable talk time. And so I again, have no doubt that we will get the points that we're looking for and the achievement that we're looking for in ELA. Moving on to math. What do you see in your data? There's a slight increase in our level 2s, 3s, and 4s, and a decrease in 1s, and that's exactly what we want to see. The growth in math tends to show up after all standards have been taught. And of course, as you may or may not know, because I don't know your levels right now, in terms of when they took this winter interim, some of the standards had not been taught. So they were being tested over standards that had not been taught. So we are now, as we call it our game plan, we have a game plan to make sure that we are going to cover those standards that they have not been taught, and we're also going to spiral back to those standards that they scored low in. And the last one is science. And again, we've already talked about the good things that are going on with science. 4th and 5th grade winter scores fall in the range of growth window, projected growth. And I mean, it's just good things going on with science. They are starting every class period with some Atlas protocols or exemplars from, getting them ready. One of the things that we did talk about as far as the manipulation of the test, having them have practice to figure out how to drag and drop and how to move it. And there's a lot of manipulation installation parts that we have not exposed our scholars to, and there's not a lot of platforms available for them to get that practice. So that's something that we're looking at as well. And we've talked to Dr. Carmichael about that and Arch Ford about that as well. So I know I'm way under my time because I talked fast and I know I'm doing a great job. But that is pretty much Meadow Park, and I am ready to open or answer any questions. I apologize. Answer.
Dr. P, Ms. McKinley brought up a good point. For our new board members, can you tell them how many new teachers we have? It's 140.
Well, there's 164 that are non-licensed, in DNF campuses.
That's a lot of new teachers.
It is.
Any questions to my right?
Great people, but they just need that support.
Yes.
Not a question, but a statement. I do like that the positivity that you're giving these kids. Some of these kids, that's the only time they may hear, hey, you're doing a great job. Life's a struggle sometimes, and that little ray of sunshine can make a big difference in a kid's life. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I echo that. Baby steps. Celebrate every step. So I echo that. Great report. But did you say you had 45% of the non?
Yes, ma'am. Of my 23 classroom teachers. Yes, ma'am.
Big lift.
It is.
Yep.
It is.
They're doing it.
And we're, a lot of after school, some before school, and in between school, but we're constant.
And we didn't talk about it, but I remember when we talked to the state, even Boone Park, is 3 years average for our teachers. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
3.3.
Do we have a wrap in all the schools?
No.
Every school?
We have, when we started the network, we had 5 and 5. So 5 in A and 5 in B. And so they had to share campuses. However, once we got into the second quarter, or second semester, we recognized that we needed to shift and put full-time reps in DNF campuses. And so they still have support in those other schools, but they're more consultative, Ms. Barker, because you can see what the need is.
Right, I saw that trend.
And having that dedicated resource, we're seeing the most results out of that. But I know that, and we've talked about this before, there's a growing need here across probably every one of our campuses to have a rep.
Yeah, I just saw the trend. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And Boone Park and Meadow Park are both very highly populated campuses. They're very large campuses, and so there's a lift there for those
and that
reps.
mobility that we talked about, and trends. I think Ms. Scott that brought that up. Transportation,
Right.
mobility. When you talk to a lot of our leaders, when there's just high mobility, and you've heard the theme too, the value being placed on education or where our leaders and our teachers are holding kids accountable, but we need our parents' help to hold their children accountable for their learning, that they need to be in school. Because a lot of our RAPs, what they'll do when they go visit, they do home visits with our SROs, they'll show that, and I think Ms. Barker had started this when you were here, showing them how much instructional time your child is missing every day that you're out of school that adds up pretty quick.
Real quick.
And so as a result of that, that's a lot of times, Meadow Park is known about for all of our extracurricular, but we're being strategic with that. We're trying to entice them to come to school. We're fighting all kind of things that are going on, video games, social media, all the things, but we're trying to, I knew you were going to do that. But we're trying to get them to see that there is a fun side of school, and that science piece, hands-on. It is a fun side of school, and getting them wanting them to come to school. We have some scholars who will tell their, will say, well, you were late today. My mama wouldn't get up. I was trying to tell her to get up, but she, and it's not their faults. Right. But they do want to be at school, and we try to capitalize on that.
I had one question on the support of the teachers. Are we partnering with like UA Little Rock, BT? Like who is providing support to teachers that are non-licensed in the buildings?
So the biggest support comes from myself and my AP, but then we also have an NIS who is amazing. She is.
That would be a network instructional specialist.
Sorry,
That's all right. We're getting there.
I apologize.
And when she said HQIM, I wanted to make sure.
Ms. Barker, that's on page 3. Come down by midway.
I'm gonna get them.
Yeah, okay.
And
So
then
you
we have a
guys in
state coach
NIS
as well.
and
I'm
state-
sorry, ma'am.
I'm just listening.
Yes, we have an NIS, and then we also have a state coach. And because of our status, we actually have her for the 5 days out of the week.
Okay.
She used to come just, twice a week, but now this year she's in the building 4 out of the 5 days, so she's a huge support. We have a big presence with Arch Ford. They are in working one-on-one in some cases with our 3rd through 5th grade teachers. Right now, the biggest push is writing. And so Ms. Vandy Nash is coming and she's working one-on-one with those teachers. She's meeting with them and then going right into the classroom right after the meeting to see that if what they talked about is being implemented at that moment. So yes, that's pretty much what the support.
And Ms. Scott, for your clarity, every campus has an NIS. They have an instructional coach. The middle school 7th, 8th has 2, and the high school has 3.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a comment because I keep hearing from these principals about their NIS and the wraparound. And that was something that we did in the reorganization. And I'm hearing it loud and strong from everybody how much they are contributing to the whole
to the bottom line.
whole scheme of things.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes.
We just, I'm amazing, but I just can't do it all by myself. I just can't. And so I need
There it
the
is.
support.
Just drop the mic.
Okay, fam.
Just tell it like it is, right?
I am so humble. I'm the most humble person.
But she really is pretty amazing.
Well, of course, she's family, so, hey.
Absolutely.
I get one clarifying, this is not just Ms. McKinley. I know our focus is the 25% because of where we are. What are we doing to ensure the 75% stay stable academically? Just curious. I know they probably high achievers, but just making sure that, just seeing what are we doing to ensure that that's happening. And we don't lose, they don't
Yeah,
slip.
I'll jump in here. They're looking at all of their students and making sure. What we thought it was important for the board is let's pick a focus
Gotcha.
of
Okay.
that bottom 25 because it's directly tied to their letter grade.
Right.
Plus, that's where you can get more points. And then we wanted to correlate to, let's just focus on the bottom quartile for this presentation, and then let's look at their attendance and see if there's a correlation there between those two pieces. But I can guarantee you any one of them can talk about all of their scholars of making sure that, and that's a good point, Ms. Barker, that we want to make sure those kids that are 3 go
Right,
to 4.
we don't-
And even if you're a low 4, we want you to be a
Right,
high
stay
4.
there.
That's right.
Okay.
Great report.
Thank you.
All right.
And
Ms. Harrison to take us home.
take
Bring
us
us
home.
on in.
And NLR6 is their Ag Day, their annual Ag Day tomorrow. So if anybody's available, we'd
Heck
love for
yeah.
you to attend. There'll be all sorts of folks there.
Welcome, Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, Dr. Paluski. I am Larissa Harrison, the proud and committed principal of North Little Rock 6 Academy of Ag and Vet Sciences. Sorry, forgot to do that part. All right, so the first slide that we have here is our theory of action. And this is really just the heart of the work that we're doing inside of the schools. And the first column just talks about how we're going to support our instruction with professional learning and our instructional moves in which we're taking. And then on the right-hand side, you will see our goals. Our ELA goal is 24%. Our math goal is 20%. And our science goal is 16%. Okay, so inside of our ELA data. So looking at our data, you will see that there is movement. We are seeing movement in our level 1 students, and where you see the green, you can see that there's a decrease in our level 1s from fall to winter, and so there's a 19% change in that. And I'll just highlight the focus, the red in 5th grade. So with 5th grade, there was an increase in our percentage of students who moved to level 1. And so 5th grade, we had a lot of changes and challenges this school year. We departmentalized, and so we lost our 5th grade math and science teacher in October, and so we had to combine those classes, which Mr. Love, our assistant principal, who was pushing in to do math with them. But it was just a big change for students going from 2 teachers to 1 teacher, and then the teacher trying to figure out that workload inside of there. And then another factor is when we look at our 3rd through 5th grade students and we look at the gap, our 5th grade students has the largest achievement gap overall. Those are the students that have been here for so long that they have a bigger gap than when you're 2nd grade and you go to 3rd grade, there's a gap. But if you don't get what you need in 3rd grade and you go to 4th grade, the gap gets bigger, and then it gets greater in 5th grade. So that is our ELA data for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Sorry. All right, so math. Again, there are decreases in our level 1s and increases in our levels 2s, which we are extremely excited about. There's strong movement in 3rd and 4th grade, again, with that level 1 to level 2. And then our 5th grade students, 2 of our level 3s went down in math. And again, we're talking about standards that have not been covered, as well as the component of not having a teacher that was consistently there. But I do feel like the increase that is shown there just shows that, you know, Mr. Love pushing in and helping and supporting with that 5th grade to make sure that we didn't fall further behind because of the lack of teacher. But we have been blessed with a new teacher in 5th grade, and she has started, and we have really been working with her, and she's pushing them to move further as we go into our summative. This is our science. Sorry. Okay. So for our science data, 4th grade really stands out for us, and we have been celebrating them. That is our strongest growth in 4th grade with our science piece. And I think what contributes to that is we are departmentalizing 4th and 5th, and we have had a consistent 4th grade teacher the entire year. She just focuses on math and science, and having that daily with those hands-on opportunities have really helped with that. And then in 5th grade, we see that there is some positive growth there as well. And then the one thing that we see in our 3rd grade is that level 1 student, that level 3 student, which is 1 student, regressed. And so we're just going to have to work to get that student back to where they need to be. All right, so attendance, bottom 25. And so 3rd grade, you see that there's a 58% of our bottom 25% that is chronically absent, 20% in 4th grade, and 5th grade has 31%. And so there are a lot of factors that go into play with that. Just as my colleagues have mentioned, the home piece, the motivation to come to school, but for our campus, we had 27 students that were displaced this school year because of Shorter Garden closing down. And so just the time to figure out how to contact them and then get them back to school took us a little time. And so we have our students back, thankfully, and really just working with the parents on understanding. If my child misses 2 days per month, that's 20 days out of the school year. Chronically absent is 10. And so where 2 days, 2 Fridays, or 2 Mondays don't seem like a lot, it adds up when you're looking at the entire year. And so we have been working with parents. I sent out a breakdown in Dojo to let them just see, you know, the numbers. They matter. You may feel like, oh, it's just 1 day. But if you do 1 day a week, that's 4 days a month. If you do 2 days a week, you know, it just adds up. And so just really having an understanding of the impact that that has on our students. And so some of the things that we have been doing is celebrating their attendance. We have a Monday morning meeting every morning, or Monday morning, where we call up the students who have had perfect attendance the week before. And also just encouragement. If I see a kid today and I didn't see him yesterday, I'm thanking him and telling him I'm so glad to see you today and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And just knowing that someone is watching and notices that you're not there has a big impact. I had a student who was missing for a few weeks in this shorter garden piece, and some of them are coming in from Little Rock. You know, they're coming from different places. And so when she showed up, I made a big deal of it. And the next day, I challenged her. I was like, I'm waiting on you tomorrow. And as soon as she came in, I was talking to someone, and she came right up and said, I'm here, because she knew that I was waiting. And so we just have to be intentional about encouraging our students and motivating them and letting them see that we see them, we notice them, and we want them here. All right, so our bottom 25%, those are our numbers. Third grade, 8 across the board. Fourth grade, 10, and then 8 in science. Fifth grade, 8, 10, and then 8. And so the growth of our students in ELA, the third graders, of our 8 third graders who are in our bottom 25%, 100% of them have shown growth, and that we are excited about that. And it just shows that when they are there and they're trying, there's an impact. Now, are they where we want them to be? No, not yet, but they have grown. And what we noticed when we looked at the data is, like other schools have mentioned, they have increased in their reading score, but when you put that writing on top of it, it brings them down. And so we have focused in on writing. We have a universal strategy that we're using within the school. We have our quarterback team, which includes the leadership team and some of the teachers who are pull-out teachers who don't have students all day. And we are pushing in classes teaching writing. And when I miss my writing in third grade, my third graders say, we missed you today, because I'm teaching third grade writing and trying to help and support that classroom teacher with the writing as well. And so in fourth grade, there was a 60% of our students who showed growth in fourth grade, and then in fifth grade, 10%. Okay, for the math growth, 77% in third grade, fourth grade, 80%, and then fifth grade, 50% of our bottom quartile. Science, 55% in third grade, 87% in fourth grade, and 25% in fifth grade. And so with our high impact summary, it just talks about what we're seeing in our data. And I thought that it was important. I know we're focused on 3-5 because those are the grades that we get our scores from. But what makes me happy is to see that there is a strong trajectory in K1. And as I mentioned earlier, when they don't have those foundational skills, when they get to fourth and fifth grade, it's harder to close that gap. And we have kids in K1 that are blowing it out the water. Our K1 data looks really, really good. We have a strong team in K1, and so we're really excited about seeing those kids in the future and the growth that they will make. Sorry. In second grade, we do have 71% of our students as level 1s, which we have to attack it now because that is going to just increase if we don't stay on track with that. So the questions about what we are doing to help with that. We have our kids first. We have the support of Arch Forward. We are doing our quarterback push-ins where the instructional team is going in and helping support teachers with teaching and students with their learning. We also have partnerships. We now have the S.A. Jones Alumni Association who is partnering with us, and they are going to be pushing in to tutor to help not only our bottom 25%, but those students that we know are right there on the cusp, as Ms. Stroud said, our bubble students, and then also trying to maintain those students who are already at a level 3 and a level 4 so that they don't regress. And then our Savor Success Academy, initially when we started out, we were just focused on the bottom 25%, but that's not a huge number of our students, and so we have opened it up to more of our, to all of our students in third, fourth, and fifth, and it increased our attendance. And those kids are excited about being there. They're working. I am privileged to have an opportunity to teach and not be the administrator, and so that's the highlight of my day on Mondays and Tuesdays, being able to sit down with my students and actually teach them, because that is what I love to do. And that is the end of my presentation. Questions?
Any questions to my left? Any questions to my right?
Just one question
Yes,
on
sir.
the math summary. It says daily exit tickets. What is a daily exit ticket?
So a daily exit ticket, once we finish a lesson, you go through your lesson, you have your objective. An exit ticket is just a quick 1 or 2 questions to check to see if the student has retained that information, and then it guides the teacher's instruction for the next day. So if I give a exit ticket and 50% of my students do well and 50% of them don't do well on it, then I know that there is something that I either need to go back and revisit or try to get with another teacher and find a strategy that worked for them to reteach that, and then if I need to, intervene in small groups with those students on those skills.
Great report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, everyone. Thanks. both
Alrighty.
Thank you.
networks.
Moving right along, we're still on the informational items. We're down to 11.2, Phase 2, Employee Device Refresh. And I know Mr. Riddle has to do double duty.
Yes, he'll be very brief.
Yes. If not, Colonel Singer will come tap me on the shoulder, tell me hurry up.
Just get to the heart of it.
Good evening, Madam President, new board members, Dr. Pawlowski. My name is Randy Riddle. I'm the head of IT for the North Little Rock School District. Proud head of IT. So tonight I'm bringing
I like that. Like that.
Our Phase 2 technology refresh. Last year, for context, we began a phase refresh where every year we try to replace 20% of our student devices and our teacher devices. That way we know generally what we're going to spend every year on it. It's a sustainable capital outlay. Of course, AI has thrown a hitch in that for us this year, but it's still within budget. So for this year, is Phase 2, excuse me. So this year we'll be replacing Chromebooks and teacher laptops at Boone Park, Indian Hills, and Meadow Park. Those devices won't be refreshed again until the 31-32 school year. So for this year again, we're sticking with our Acer devices we got last year. Support for them has been wonderful compared to our Dell devices. We're sticking with a 3-year warranty on them, and for teachers, we're getting a 4-year warranty on them. Our vendor for this year is Howard Technologies. We're using the state contract pricing this year instead of the 3 bids. With the state contract price, we pay 1% extra to forgo the 3 bids. The reason for that is pricing on computers right now is a bit like the stock market. Quotes from some manufacturers are good for about 48 hours. Some are good for about 3 weeks. Fortunately, with Acer, they were generous enough through Howard to allow us 3 weeks for this so I could get it in on time. Which the price is not much more than what we paid last year for it. Just a review from last year. So we're moving to 1 device per staff member. If they have a current laptop, we'll replace that with the new Acers when we take them to them. Those current laptops will be reused in different places as we need them. As those laptops go to warranty, if we need parts, if we have a broken one, we'll part them out and repair the ones that are still needed. Desktops will continue to be supported until we can't get parts for them. They will not be replaced. We're still testing on docks. We keep running various issues but we're looking at our options. We're not in a dire need for them yet. The new ones will include a 4-year warranty. So for Chromebooks this year, since it is elementary, we did have to include touchscreen Chromebooks for kindergartners. Those are a little more expensive. So for 1,215 Chromebooks with the non-touch ones, it's running us about $302 this year. Last year it was $276 for context. Touchscreens, I don't know. We didn't buy any last year for the high school. But our Google license is, I put extended warranty and Google license together just to make it fit in this table better. The Google license is $31 a device for it, and that's been the standard rate for 13, 14 years now. They haven't gone up on that, thankfully. Warranty is $55 for 3 years, but that includes the way everything screen breaks or anything like that. So the total for that this year is $570,300. For the laptops, we're getting the exact same model we had last year. This is where we saw the biggest price increase. It was $200 markup because of the RAM prices due to AI. Fortunately, the warranties did not get more expensive, so we're continuing to get that this year. Which that one we saw total for the laptops about $35,000 increase for us this year. So total is $745,467, give or take a few cents on that total for this year for the refresh. And that's all I have. with this, it is a double header. There's an action item for this after, which is uncommon, but I'm normally one that has to do those because sometimes IT quotes are very, not very timely.
Any questions to my left?
On the quote for the teacher laptops, if I understand it correctly, the 177.
Yes,
can you help me understand the math on? So the machine itself is 150, and then the warranty is 17. So where's the 177 come from?
For
the total, because I see 150 and then 11 is 167. You see what I'm saying? Next slide, sorry.
This one?
That one, yeah. Where's the 177 come from?
177. Oh, that's the total from the total price of that plus the warranty. Did I put the wrong number on there.
Okay.
The actual quote is, I apologize for that.
That's okay.
You
I
can
just
ask
was,
Brian.
it's late, and so I'm
I
like.
normally miss my numbers occasionally by about 1 or
That's
2%.
okay.
I probably made this before we got the state contract pricing on there. So the price for it is, that is the accurate price. That's the state contract pricing.
The
one I have on the quote here
177 is?
It's 177, yes.
Okay. So it went up
So
from the.
747, 467 would be the total. Yeah, the state contract pricing requires a 1% increase on it.
Okay.
That basically, in the state of Arkansas, that allows us to forego the traditional 3.
That was going to be my next question, is if we get quotes to compete the pricing, or if we.
Generally, we do. Generally, with education, usually every district has one vendor they normally work with. For us, it's Howard. They get something called dealer registration. So generally, they always get the best price anyhow.
Okay.
But we do price check to make sure.
Yeah.
We want to be a good steward of the taxpayers' money.
Any other question?
So these was for staff?
Yes, ma'am. The laptops are staff replacements.
Okay.
Any more questions to my right?
Warranties, are they worth
Yes.
getting?
For Chromebooks, yes. So with Acer, what we see a lot is broken keyboards, and with Acer, as long as the device is in warranty, they cover keyboard repairs for free. There's no cost to us, and we have utilized that quite a bit. And yeah, and one of the reasons we moved to Acer is we had previously we were a Dell shop, but every time we submitted warranty, they would argue with us on end. So with our laptops, we had about a 45% failure on the fleet rate for the hinges. So you open up, it cracks, and the hinge is exposed and the screen falls off. And they were unwilling to work with us and do anything to right that. With Acer, they assume we've done our homework and they'll send us the part on the front end versus us having to argue with them.
Great report, thank you.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
11.3, new and revised policies.
Welcome, Colonel, for this high-level overview of information.
Madam Chair, board members, my name is Scott Stanger. I am the Chief of Staff to the Superintendent. What that means for new board members is me and my team run operations. We don't educate, we do everything else. Policy happens to fall in one of those buckets. Briefly, before I throw this up and get some of my colleagues to come explain some of the any detailed questions you might have, I just want to explain quickly why we do policy, then we'll get to the what. There's two big buckets that contain the reasons why we do policy. The big one that consumes most of our time is a law change or a new law. Think the maternity policy we just did. That was a law promulgated by the legislature. We have to react to those. The other bucket contains a couple different reasons. One, somewhere in leadership requests a policy. It's usually a principal and or one of my department heads. Number two is during audits or analysis, when we take deep dives into certain functions, we discover problems. Two good examples of that have already been brought up tonight with the PPCs talking about briefly an attendance policy. We were in the process of developing that because when we looked at just one of my departments alone, which was janitorial, you have 65 positions on any given day. We looked at last semester, 18 weeks. You multiply those two numbers together, you get 1,170 work weeks available. When we looked at those, only 8 had 40-hour weeks that were worked. That's less than 1%. We have an attendance problem. Another good example is last year when we looked at there was no leave abuse policy on the license side. Last year, we spent $1.75 million in substitutes. That's just the first order effect of teachers not showing up to work for whatever reason. The second order effect is when you have substitutes show up, they don't provide high quality instruction like our teachers do. And in the environment we're in, that's even more magnified. So that's where a lot of this stuff comes from. The last one is a trend usually when somebody does something that we don't like them to do. Those don't happen very often. The other two are the most prominent. So that's why we do what we do. What you're going to see this evening, just briefly, is the bulk of them are law changes or some law update. And we'll start that here in a second if I can get Dr. Stoll and Ms. Randall. A lot of these are student-driven policies by the state, and they're the experts. So what I will do, you can see the purpose of it real quick. I won't go into that to save time. But the intent of this as an information item is to present this to the board and public. You can dig into it and look at it. We will bring this back up for votes as an action item in the next board meeting. Now, the code for these, to be able to read them, when you actually click on them and open them up, and we're not going to do that. That'll take all night. If it is highlighted in yellow and or struck through, those are the changes from the previous version. When you vote on it next board meeting, it will be the cleaned up version. It will not look like that, okay? That way you can see what has changed and what it looks like brand new. And so that's kind of the code, that these are just information items. If you see one that is in a different format, you'll see them at the very end. They're new, and they're highlighted from top to bottom. That's because it is a brand new policy. It is not an edited one based off a law change or something like that. So, like I said, Dr. Stoll and Ms. Randall will just kind of briefly go over which each one of these is topics and entertain hopefully very brief questions if you have any. I recommend you digest these things for the next couple of weeks and then bring all your questions forward before y'all vote as an action item, and that will help process that.
All right, let's roll. Most of these are going to be Ms. Randall, because there's a student handbook and then there's one that's going to come from me.
The first 17 are ones that I was in charge of taking the model board policy and comparing it to the current policies and making the changes. You'll see there were a lot of changes, and some there were just minor changes, or we just had to add a reference at the bottom. And they all have to do with students, and they go in our student handbook as well, which I'll be presenting to you guys in April. So if you have any questions about any of the first 17 all the way down to 4.47, that's where I stop at.
Any questions?
Mr. Singer, you said when we see the highlighted and striked out, what's the difference? 'Cause
The highlighted is the verbiage we've added based off a law change.
Okay.
And they usually just comes out a lot of times word for word. The strike through is the stuff that's coming out because of that law change.
Gotcha.
And there again, next week or next board meeting, when you see it, you won't see any of that. It'll just be in the current format, but you'll have both to compare to if you like.
So I also want to add one thing, and that is we have a policy development committee. You know, that's something we've been trying to work on since I've gotten here. So Colonel leads that. Ms. McLean is the board member that is a part of that. So that's a cross-functional team, and they're looking at all the policies, what needs to be updated, what needs to be revised, what current laws need to be changed. So I just want you to know there's a lot of work that has happened in order to get it here. But you're also going to recognize a few board meetings back, you passed the policy on policy development. So remember when you looked at our policies, they were all over the place. They had different formats, different fonts. They had all that. So now that's what Colonel's working on. You're going to see some of those ones at the end. That's what all the new ones will look like. So I just wanted to preference that, Colonel, with the work that you and the committee have done.
Yes, sir. And I just last little thing for that. As far as the committee, we don't have employees that sit back in a top secret room and just dream up policy. These are all additional duties. So it's on top of their day job.
And thank you, Ms. McLean, for being a part of that on behalf of the board.
So does this relate to what CPPC reference as it relates to all the policies they have pulled? Or is that something separate?
Some of it's separate, ma'am. So I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but if you don't know, the PPCs, what happens is if a law change or we promulgate a policy ourselves, make up whatever it is, and it affects a licensed person or a classified person, a lot of times both, like the maternity policy, for instance, they get a vote. What that vote is they get to review it, they come back and they present to us, the committee, and we work with them within what we believe the administration is willing to support. Sometimes, sure, let's change it. Other times, we disagree, and we non-concur, and then it comes up to y'all for a vote, and then the PPCs can sit there and say, yeah, don't vote for it, and I get up there and say, yeah, vote for it, and y'all make up your mind. But that's how that process works. If it is something on the student side or something like on the finance side or purchasing or whatever, they don't get a vote. It's only a personnel policy if it affects a license or classified.
So, and I'll just add to that, Ms. Barker. So that's all Section 3 in our policies are all the licensed ones, and then Section 8 is all the classified. So by law, anything that's in those two buckets has to go through LPPC and then come to the board. Anything else doesn't necessarily have to go to them, but we certainly work with them to make sure anything else that they have input into it as well.
And sometimes when the committee gets together, if we can get them, we'll get members from both PPCs to come and, be part of the sausage making. So we try to get them up front. If not, sometimes it's hard to get a teacher out of a classroom when we're doing this. We put it and then we present it to them, and then they can hack on it, chew on it. They're usually pretty good about bringing us back the edits that they want to see. There again, we agree or we disagree, and then the final comes to y'all and y'all vote.
So any more questions? Am I right?
Can I clarify something there? That by law they have 10 days to sit on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes. So when we present it
send it out to them for 10 days.
when we present it to them, they have 10 days to do whatever they want to do, and then they got to get it back to us.
To my left.
So if I do have questions on 4 of them, because I read through them last night, but the absences, the phones, the library, and the discipline policies, is the suggestion that we talk through those questions between now and the next board meeting? Or
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Mhm.
I would say sooner the better.
And the format for that is just to reach out to you directly for those?
Yes, ma'am. If you send me an email and I'm making something up like on 4.37 emergency drills or whatever, you send it to me. I'm not the emergency drill expert. I get it to the subject matter expert.
Yeah, I was reading through it from the lens of like parent interactions, and so like absences, phones, discipline, these things that engage parents, like curious about to what extent we've been able to get their feedback on some of the policies if there's changes. So that's kind of the lens that I was bringing to it as I was reading it. If we can talk through that.
So sometimes we do get parents or whoever that watch, board meetings or attend, right. They'll contact us, and we always answer those emails. Some do in public comment, and when they're doing public comment, we're writing all the stuff down.
Yeah.
And then we take a look at it. Some of it, I'll be honest, is pointed and like, well, that's a good idea. We didn't think about it. And other ones like, well, there's no way we can't do that because of a law, of a rule, of something. And then we try to address that with the person if they're available, or especially if they send an email. Usually I'm the one that sits there and bangs all that stuff out and answers those questions and explains the why.
Okay.
But you bring up a good point, and that's where we've been trying to get to, and now we're finally here, where we want to be able to provide a public comment period for these policies. So when we do our board brief that will go out tomorrow, and then we'll say, hey, if you look at any of these and you've got suggestions, contact.
Who do they contact? Right,
that would be Colonel Steiner. What we probably need to set up as we're going to think through this is, I don't know, making it up, feedback on policies at NLRSD, where Colonel and Miss Pat then could funnel all that. That's probably a better way, Colonel, but we'll do that when we set up.
Miss Pat is my partner in crime when it comes to all the policy stuff.
But I think that's a better way to
she keeps
funnel
me squared
all
away.
this into one email.
Well, I'll reach out on those 4 in particular, and then others can do the same.
And I will say about the handbook, we have a handbook committee and parents are on that handbook
Okay.
committee. So if it has to do with the student side, which is all the policies that start with 4,
Okay.
the principals all gave me names of parents to reach out to that are really involved and want to give feedback, and I reached out to those, and we had several join the handbook committee, and we just wrapped up our last meeting yesterday, and then I will be bringing the information that they want to present, that committee wants to present to the April 2nd board workshop before we actually vote on the handbook. And all of those 4 point whatever, they go in the handbook. They're linked in some section of the handbook.
Just the last little 2 bits of explanation. So ASBA, Arkansas State Board Association, they're very good at promulgating model policy based exclusively based off a new law or a law change. And obviously we use those, almost every school district does. We essentially plagiarize them, put them in our formats, do what we need to do with them, and then we run with them. Because
we don't plagiarize, we borrow.
Yes, ma'am. That is one source where we get a lot of it from. The second source is there again. We essentially do it ourselves, and I kind of explain that. I just want to let you know that ASBA is a big partner with that, and they save us a lot of time. But to put it in perspective, last legislative session, a year and a half ago, they passed 110 laws for education, probably the most overregulated industry in Arkansas. 93 of them affected the school district. We are getting almost completely caught up by this time. Some of those laws in there says Department of Ed will promulgate a rule. That rule promulgation process might go 8 or 9 months.
Or longer.
Yeah. So when you see something like literally, we all knew bell to bell no cell came out. We wrote our own kind of policy, yet they finally promulgated the rule. It finally came out, and here we are about 18 months later. The scary part is January, they get back together and it's going to happen again. So it's always in the rears.
Cycle.
Yeah, it's a tough business.
Any more questions to my left?
Ms. Randall, you
Yes.
referenced the principal's recommended parents, so you have a representative from every school?
No, we weren't. I wasn't able to get everyone to have someone to participate.
Gotcha.
I just reached out, and if they could participate, they did. We offered a Google Meet or an in-person every time, except for yesterday's. It was strictly Google Meet, and so trying to offer different options. But I would love to get more parent participation. And just speaking to the cell phone one directly, most of that is law, but the choices that we have go to the consequences. It just says in the law we have to have progressive consequences, like progressive discipline. And so those are the things that we have control over. Most of everything else we do not have control over.
Do we have representatives from elementary, middle, and high on the committee?
I had a high school and middle school. Elementary, no one participated. So.
Mr. Taylor, did you have a question?
I wasn't with that policy. I just did the other student policy.
So the next step is that the LPC and
no.
What's the next
Okay,
step?
the next step for these listed right here, what we do is we try to front load the PPCs to speed the process up. So if you look at the library one, that only affects licensed personnel. So the LPPC already has that. We moved it to the front of the list. Data retention does not affect it's not a personnel policy that affects one side or the other. So neither PPC gets that one. The best example so far we've done this year with that is the maternity leave, based off a law change. The ones that we're going to present next board meeting, those are at the PPCs already. They're already sending us edits and the changes that they would like to see. And we've taken some of them, I'll be honest, we've taken some of that. We're like, okay, that makes sense. And other ones we said, no, thank you. Then that's when those come forward and y'all will vote on those. These, all the student ones, that student discipline, all that kind of stuff, it's student-driven, academic-driven, finance, all that kind of stuff does not go to the PPCs. Like Dr. Paluski said, if it's in Section 3 or Section 8, those go to the PPCs. Right. Everything else does not.
But there's also going to be a public comment period as well, Mr. Taylor. So anybody in the public, like Mr. Lemon, if he has some suggestions, then he could email that and then say, hey, I would like to suggest X, Y. Then we'll take that under consideration. And then if we bring it back and there's an additional change that's not original, we'll make sure we point that out and say, hey, we got some feedback from Mr. Lemon. That was a great idea, and we'll show you what we've changed in the policy, so you'll see the final version with any additional changes.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll see that the night that it's on the action item.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
The information item is, there again, just information, and it's out there for the public to see.
Okay.
The action item is what you vote on, and then that becomes the policy. We assign a number to it as of date, all that stuff. In the meantime, you won't see those numbers on there until y'all vote.
Okay. All right, ready to roll?
More? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Dr.
Down
Stoll.
to 11.4, new school board member terms. There was nothing to present, so that's why you don't have a attachment. I would like to take a moment to provide clarity regarding Act 503 of 2025. That's one of those laws that just came out, and it impacts board elections and organization. According to Act 503 and the board elections declaratory order, school districts with board members serving 4-year terms must ensure that no more than 4 positions are up for election at any one time. And we had 5. Per Board Policy 1.19, the North Little Rock School District Board of Directors consists of 7 members, each elected to serve a 4-year term with eligibility to serve consecutive terms. Based on the current expiration of terms, the district was projected to have 5 positions, which we did, up for election in 2026. In order to comply with Act 503, the board was required to adjust the alignment of term expirations. As a side note for our new members, previously, when a board seat became vacant, the board would appoint a member to fill the position, and that individual would run for election at the next November election. Under Act 503, this process has changed. Appointed members now serve the remainder of the unexpired term for that specific zone and will run for election at the conclusion of that term for that zone. To address the compliance issue, the board considered a random selection process to stagger the terms. However, one re-elected board member volunteered to agree to accept the shortened term, which will end March 2028. This allowed the remaining 4 positions to extend to March 2030, bringing the district now into compliance. As a result, and effective today, the North Little Rock School District Board of Education terms are as follows. Zone 1, March 2030. Zone 2, March 2028. Zone 3, March 2030. Zone 4, March 2030. Zone 5, March 2028. Zone 6, March 2028. Zone 7, March 2030. Repeating, because it has to go in our minutes. Zone 1 is ends March 2030. Zone 2, March 2028. Zone 3, March 2030. Zone 4, March 2030. Zone 5, March 2028. Zone 6, March 2028. Zone 7, March 2030. These terms will officially be recorded in our board minutes, and our liaison is Colonel. So if you can make sure the county clerk's office receives that.
Will do.
Moving forward, all board elections will be held in March of even-numbered years. This adjustment ensures that election cycles remain compliant with no more than 4 seats appearing on the ballot at any given time. This means in 2028, 3 seats will be up for election. In 2030, 4 seats will be up for election. This alternating cycle will continue moving forward. This structure ensures both compliance with the state law and continuity in board governance. Any questions? We did what they told us to do.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go.
Okay.
Moving on.
Construction updates, Colonel, high level.
High level, the bids went out, and we opened the bids for structural vertical construction of phase 1. Phase 1 is the 7th and 8th grade building. Those bids came in at 29.5 million, which was 2.5 million under budget. Go team.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again? Lower and slouder, lower and slower and louder for me.
It came 2.5 million under budget.
All right.
However,
oh,
we are taking 1.5 million of that, and we did owner-provided low voltage bids. Basically, low voltage, think IT, access control, cameras, lighting, all that stuff. Lighting will now be run through the network. It's a new thing, and it saves a ton of money. It's about 30% cheaper in energy cost. It's great. So if you subtract that, the total savings so far on those first round of bids is $1 million. We have already saved about $600,000 on the site work, so we're about 1.6 to the good. We moved that into the contingency fund in case something out of all 3 projects, no telling what happens in the future, especially with Old Main. So our contingency budget, fortunately, is going up to be able to react to anything. We will get the asbestos report back on the courts and police building. That we'll get that back tomorrow, and the bids for the asbestos abatement for that goes out next week. Once that is abated, and it's going to be more expensive than we anticipated because they found asbestos everywhere. So there goes. Fortunately, we have some extra contingency money. Then we will put bids out for the demolition once that is complete, and then we'll knock that building down, and then we'll look at knocking down, doing the same thing over time with the old annex and the sophomore complex or whatever we were calling it back in the day. Those will be leveled. That prevents several things with the city. It keeps us in compliance with them to knock those buildings down. But we have to knock the one down here first because that is where the sports complex will be built.
Okay.
Any questions to my right about the updates?
What's our scheduled completion date on that?
Scheduled completion date for the quickest one is the sports complex. That one should be done. We should use it starting August of 27. So starting that fall semester. The other 2 will be complete and be able for students to move in August of 28. Now, there's going to be some flip-flop in there in the middle school. It's going to take about another year to build that, and then we'll move kids out of one campus into the next one and then knock that one down to build another one. So that one's definitely more complicated because it's an active campus. But total completion date on the middle school is the same timeline as Old Main, which is August 28.
My question is just about.
Hold on just a second, darling. Any more questions on this side? Everybody's happy? All right, there we go.
Tracking the budget of each of the 3 projects and the costs associated, where is that? Like, where can we see that regularly?
we are going to do a deep dive especially for all new board members, and those are actually tracked. What we did is we hired a owner rep.
Okay.
We basically hired a smaller construction company to do all that stuff for us, to include owner-provided bids and all that.
Okay.
Those costs are tracked between them and Taggart Architect. They feed all that to us. Before we pay off a pay app,
Yep.
we make sure all their math adds up. We do that ourselves in-house, and then we pay that bill. So we have all that. We're going to tee this up for a board workshop and take a deep dive and
Just
present.
in budgeting and construction.
Right.
Outside of operation.
What it should, the rendering from the architects, what this thing will look like when it's done.
Yeah.
What we've spent to date, what the budget is per line, contingency, whatever, architect, structural, compliance testing, we've had to do that kind of stuff.
Okay. I'll hold off then.
Any more questions to my left? All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. We're action item 12.1.
Oh, we're down. We're
Yep,
finally
ready to roll.
down to action items.
Yep.
Let's roll. All right. The first one is 12.1, Phase 2, Employee Device Refresh. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
move that we accept the employee device refresh as presented.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept Phase 2, Employee Device Refresh as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 12.2, Reorganization of School Board Officers. According to Board Policy 1.02 regarding board organization and vacancies, it is now time for the board to reorganize and elect officers in accordance with Arkansas state law. This policy establishes the structure of the North Little Rock School District Board of Directors and provides guidance for both organization and vacancies. Officers are to be elected at the first regular meeting following the certification of the annual school election or the certification of runoff elections, if applicable. Officers will serve until the board's reorganization following the next annual school election and will perform duties as prescribed by the board policy. Hence, it is time to elect the following officers: President, Vice President, Secretary, Parliamentarian, and Dispersing Officer. As a reminder, the superintendent serves as the ex officio member of the board. Additionally, the board has previously designated the Chief of Staff to serve as our legislative liaison. At this time, we will begin the election of officers. Is there a nomination for president?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that you stay as president. Nominate Rochelle Redis as president.
Second.
Thank you. It has been properly moved in second. Are there any additional nominations for president? Seeing none, nominations are closed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion carries. I will serve as your president. I will continue. Thank you. Thank you for your support and believing in me. I'm very humbled. Vice President.
Can I interrupt just briefly and say, typically we rotate.
Yes.
But with so much new,
Yeah. Thank you for that. Because I don't necessarily know the roles and responsibilities, so as we go around, it's a little bit of a jump for me that we're electing officers tonight.
Well, we have to do because our policy says it. Anytime there's an election,
Right.
we have to do reorganization of officers.
Okay.
So the next time we have an election, which will be 2028, we'll do this again.
Okay. Interesting.
Did you say 2028 or 20?
Yeah.
2028 is that's Act 503 is every 2 years, unless they come back, like Colonel was saying, they come back in January and change their minds again. But that's the way it is right now.
As we proceed through the other roles, is there a place where I can just briefly read like what the roles are?
It's on the,
Because it wasn't in,
it's on the website under board policies.
okay.
I think what she's saying, it would have been nice if we'd had a little idea that we would be voting officers. But it's okay. Okay, just didn't know.
Where was it? Vice President. Okay. Is there a nomination for Vice President?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that Valerie McLean remain as Vice President.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair. Oh, no, not a second, not a second. Go ahead. Is there, wait a minute. Okay, so she just nominated Valerie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I
nominate someone.
yes, if, but I'm waiting for a second
Go ahead.
for
Okay.
hers.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna go back to Ms. Scott's question. Is there something we can review the roles real quickly prior to?
Know what I'm
Because if you nominate, I mean, I don't know what positions do, but just as it relates to the board real quickly.
Yeah, it shows the position in, it's.
Like the dispersing officer, what's that? Disperse to come sign the form?
They just sign, you
sign.
sign one time, you gonna sign your signature, and it goes on everybody's contract. Yes, sir.
The dispersing officer goes on our checks, paper checks that are printed. It's facsimile. You'll sign one time, we'll load it into our system, and it goes on checks. The secretary and board president's signature goes on contracts.
Where is?
So it's under policy 1.03 is duties of the president, 1.04 duties of the vice president, policy 1.05 duties of the secretary. And then it does say 1.02 if I jump back, the board organization and vacancies.
Is it under, how do you get
Yeah,
there?
how do you get there? Yep,
Yeah, where
okay,
you at?
all right, let's back out. Let's go to the website. Let's go to our homepage. Okay, and then see at the top where it says diligent community, previously board docs. Click on that. And then if you scroll down the middle of that page, towards the bottom it says welcome on the left. You'll see board policies right there on the right. Just click on that, give it a minute, and then it'll give you all the folders 1 through 8. And then if you click on section 1, that'll give you all the policies as it relates to board governance. And then the ones that we're referring to here tonight would be 1.02, board organization and vacancies,
So
1.03, president,
got it.
vice president, secretary.
Okay, so here we go. I'll do it this way. I've already been voted, so let me tell you what my duties are. The duties of the president of the Board of Education shall include, but shall not be limited to, presiding at all meetings of the board. This is so small. How do I make it bigger? Calling special meetings of the board, working with the superintendent to develop board meeting agendas, signing all official documents that require the signature of the chief officer of the Board of Education, appointing all committees of the board and serving as ex officio member of such committees, and performing such other duties as may be prescribed by law or action of the board. The president shall have the same right as other members to offer resolutions, make a second or motion, didn't know that, discuss questions, and to vote. I knew I could vote, but I didn't know I could second motions. All right, let's go where I was. Vice president, which is where we are. The vice president serving as president, officer at all board meetings from which the president is absent, and performing such other duties as may be prescribed by the action of the board. That's what the vice president does. So if I'm not here, the vice president presides and takes over the meeting. Now, we're back to, there's a motion on the table for Ms. Valerie to remain vice president. Is there a second? I second. It has been properly moved, since I found out I could second. It has been properly moved and second that we have keep Ms. Valerie as vice president. Is there an additional nomination for vice president?
I haven't had a chance to talk to anyone else.
Yeah, just say it. If you're gonna make it.
You can, if somebody has to second it.
I'll second it.
I nominate Henry Lamont Taylor.
It's been moved in second for Henry's. So the next thing, I wasn't ready for that one, so we do is, oh, she's over there. Miss Pat. Valerie and Henry. We need roll call, and when you do roll call, you tell who you're voting for.
I'm sorry, but how can I be expected to know who to vote for in real time with no context?
Well, can I just interject here?
Yeah,
Okay, because this, typically we normally rotate on the board.
Okay.
We normally don't have this big of a change at one time.
Okay.
And normally somebody sits on the board for a while before they serve in one of these positions. And I guess, Henry, you've been here long enough probably to be eligible to go ahead and move into that position. But typically, we're only losing about 2 people at a time, so it's not as, there's somebody already ready. So the main 3 positions are the president, the vice president, and secretary. So I'm assuming you would want one of the 4 of us to be in those 3 positions, and the rest of them is whatever you want. You
Right,
know?
but now I'm being asked to choose between 2 for a role with no context.
Well, then let's do this. He has the desire to do it. Do you have the desire to do it? And then we'll take a vote.
Yeah.
I mean,
You bid for the office, speak for the office, yeah.
But I think we
You've
need to
already
stay
been vice president. You're currently vice president, so.
But I think we need to stay with Robert Rules of Order and ensure that, I know what Ms. Temple just said, normally, we don't have this many change. So since we don't normally have this many change, should we be normally doing like what we're doing now? Because it's abnormal.
well, no, we'd still be voting for
Right.
somebody.
We still
Yes,
ha-
we'd
we
still
still-
be voting.
But
We
I
have
go
to
with what
vote
Ms. Scott
because
is
it's
saying.
policy.
I don't mind voting, but you're not aware of, I know some, but new members may not be aware of the members. Vote shouldn't be a rush. We want to make sure we're making a healthy vote.
I understand that too, I do.
Yeah.
But every time that you have this, by policy, you elect officers right off the bat.
Yes.
It's always been that way, and it says, that's what we have to do. And I know it's difficult to do that.
But we have to elect
But I don't
tonight.
know any other way that we can not do that.
I'm okay with the have to, so I'm good.
And the only way to do that now, because there's 2 people up, we have to do parliamentarian, we need to vote. And the best way to vote would be roll call. So, yes. Valerie?
Do I vote?
Yes.
Okay, I'll vote for myself, Valerie McLean.
Henry.
Valerie. Miss McLean.
Can I abstain? Is that an option?
You can.
I would
You
like to
can.
abstain.
Mr. Taylor?
I will also abstain.
Then, therefore, it is 3-2 for Valerie, Vice President. All righty, moving on down the line. Secretary, is there a motion for secretary.
Mr. Taylor, would you like to be secretary? No. No? Okay.
Ms. Temple.
I move to nominate Cindy Temple then.
Second. It has been moved and second for Cindy Temple for secretary. Is there any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are closed. I didn't do that the first time, sorry. So therefore, the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. So Cindy Temple is secretary. Parliamentarian. Is there a nomination for parliamentarian?
I'd like to ask if anybody is interested.
Mr. Taylor, parliamentarian and dispersing officer.
I would be willing to.
Well, let's
I
do
mean, dispersing
parliamentarian.
parliamentarian, what?
Parliamentarian is making sure that
Following the Robert's
we
rules.
following the
No.
rules.
No.
Okay. So
Well, we don't have to have a parliamentarian, so if nobody wants it, we can move on. That's not a
I
position
do.
that we have to have.
you do? Okay.
I was reading them.
There you go.
I'll nominate Ms. Barker for parliamentarian.
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that Ms. Crystal Barker be our parliamentarian. Is there any additional nominations? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any approve? Ms. Crystal Barker will be our parliamentarian. Dispersing officer. Is there a nomination for dispersing officer?
I nominate Henry Taylor.
Does he want to
Is
do
there a second?
I second.
They're asking down there if you
He
want.
says yes. Okay. Is there it has been properly moved in second for Henry Taylor to be the dispersing officer. Are there any additional nominations? There being none, all those in favor, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Henry Taylor will be our dispersing officer. So going forward, President Rochelle Redis, Vice President Valerie McLean, Secretary Cindy Temple, Parliamentarian Crystal Barker, Dispersing Officer Henry Taylor. And again, as a reminder, our ex officio member is our superintendent, and our legislative liaison, which is required, is Chief Colonel Stack. Yeah, there we go. All right. Done that part. What's
Madam
that?
President, would
Yes.
you just clarify, under 1.02, you said the roles change every 2 years,
They
correct?
will now.
Okay, so this right
Because-
here, where it says officers shall serve 1-year term, unless I'm looking at something different, under board
No,
organization and
no,
vacancies?
It needs to be
It
updated.
needs to
Oh,
be
okay,
updated.
okay.
based on what she
Based on
she
the.
read, the change in the law.
So what
based
you
on
were
the
reading were
new
the
law.
changes?
Correct. Based on the new law, yeah.
Ma'am,
We will put that on the list.
that policy's already been updated.
I see the
Yeah, it's-
strikeout, but.
So we did that in the fall.
We
if I
did
remember.
that.
Remember, we did a whole
when we
batch
when we
of
redid
them.
all the governing board
It
policies,
just needs
that
to be
that is in there. We just switched from board docs to diligence, and I'll be honest, we're struggling to get some of that stuff in there because it's.
We will
blame on a computer, but it's a computer issue. But that one has been updated.
Now,
So,
I need-
Madam President, before we move forward, I know we do this in tradition of anybody that was sitting in that seat as the president is to give them award for their service to there. So in the tradition that we've done, we wanted to, on behalf of the school board, to give you this recognition for
Thank
your
you.
school board president.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Move on to the next one.
Thank you. All right,
Get you another one.
I'm trying to get back to.
Yep, we'll keep it going.
Madam
We gotta-
President, can I say something? I'm not unwilling to serve in a position on the board, but I feel like I don't have enough experience
No.
to be in.
Understand.
Yeah, so I'm in the learning
Been there.
Yes, we've all been there.
We've all been there.
Okay, 12.3.
I'm trying to get back there. You know, I'm still stuck on board docs.
That's okay.
We haven't been we haven't been using this one very long. Let's see, where are we?
We're on the bond bid.
All right, there we go. 12.3 bond bid package.
And I believe Mr. Beardsley and there's something specific, Mr. Beardsley, that they have to in the motion, correct?
Correct.
I don't see it in here.
I think he's got it.
And I think I've typed that motion for you
In
on
the
the
yellow?
bottom of the yellow sheet.
There you go. Yep.
Yes.
It's on the bottom of the yellow sheet.
Yeah, when you see purpose, summary, major category, it says information action. Superintendent recommends adopting a resolution authorizing the insurance delivery of.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
All right, is there a motion?
Madam Chair?
Oh, you got to present, sorry.
Well,
It was already presented.
We presented this
did.
at the prior
You did.
board workshop.
Right.
And I'll let our municipal advisor summarize for you what we're doing, what this action does tonight.
All right, so Ms. Williams is not here to remind me, but it's after 8 p.m., so be brief. So I will be brief in honor of her. So new board members, welcome to some things that do not make sense, like electing board members when you don't know what the roles are and you've just been sworn in. You will find that this is a theme. Unfortunately, as you learn to be school board members, that we often have to follow processes that are either State Department regulations or state law, some of which are old and some of which are confusing. So there will be times when some of us up here will try to explain why we're asking you to do something that isn't common sense.
Well said, Mr. Beardsley.
Thank you.
The school district is required under state law to hire a fiscal agent whenever they issue debt. The school cannot go to the bank and borrow money long-term. So there's a process where you get approval first from the Department of Education to issue bonds, and if it involves a tax change, you get voter approval. Since the time I've worked with the school district, the last 30 years, the school election has ranged from May to September to November to currently we're now at March. So you can see that the legislature likes to change every 2 to 6 years things related to election law. But the school district did receive approval from the local voters last year for an increase in property tax that's good for 30 years. And the district is issuing tonight the second part of those voter-approved bonds for a little over $60 million. The newly elected president and secretary are going to sign about 30 documents when the meeting's over related to the bond issue. The school is required under law to put the bonds out for bid, and whichever financial institution submits the lowest rate of interest, they're willing to loan the money to the school district. That becomes the underwriter or the winner of the bond issue, and that's in the recap in front of you. The other thing that it's sort of my duty to remind you of is that anybody that buys these bonds, the school district is going to pay them interest every 6 months. That interest is exempt from federal taxes. If you're an Arkansas resident, it is exempt from Arkansas income tax. That's great news for the school district. You're able to borrow for 30 years at 4.56% interest. The bad news about that is all of these things here are to comply with the IRS regulations because tax exemption is controlled by the federal government. So as board members, the thing that you need to know is that you can only spend the money the way that you told the voters you were going to spend the money. In this particular case, it's for a middle school athletic facility and renovation of Old Main. You cannot at this time decide to do something different. You cannot spend it to pay your bills or to give pay raises because you can't borrow for those types of expenses. The district has a responsibility to spend the money within 3 years, and that's attached in here, and to spend it as a reasonable person would over the next 3 years, and that's something that Mr. Brown and I will follow. I think Ms. Scott asked about tracking. So not only are you going to look at tracking the expenses, which is required by the IRS, but you're also going to track how you spend the money and how quickly you spend it, so that at the end of the period of time, we can sign a certificate back to the IRS saying that the district complied with the rules. So that's kind of a bond issue and a recap. And there's a motion that then would allow you to receive money into your bank account at the end of the month. I'd be glad to answer any questions about that if you want to go into more details.
Any questions to my left?
I was reading through last night, and the previous bond issuance was significantly less than this one, which is the remaining sum total. Why?
All right, so great question. The federal government wants to encourage what they consider to be small issuers of debt and help them out. And the government defines that as someone who issues less than $10 million in a calendar year.
Okay.
North Little Rock chose to break off a $10 million piece and issue it in calendar year 25 so that that debt would be considered bank qualified in addition to being tax exempt. An under $10 million piece. That allowed the interest rate to be lower than what it is on the bigger piece. And we didn't issue all of the bonds in the fall because you didn't need the money. And we try to not borrow the funds until you need them because there's another IRS regulation called arbitrage, that if you earn more on your deposit than you paying the bondholders, you have to give it back to the federal government. So there's a little bit of a timing issue. So we let construction get started, gave a little piece for that, and now we're doing the balance of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions to my left? To my right? Is there a motion?
So there's just this one motion tonight?
This is the one for the bond issue, and then there's one right after it.
Okay. So I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance and delivery of the $61,695,000 North Little Rock School District Number 1 of Pulaski County, Arkansas construction bonds, Series B, dated March 31st, 2026, and other documents pertaining thereto as prepared by Friday, Eldridge, and Clark Law Firm.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved in second that we accept the superintendent's recommendation adopting the resolution authorizing the issuance and delivery of the $61,695,000 North Little Rock School District Number 1 of Pulaski County, Arkansas construction bonds, Series B, dated March 31st, 2026, and other documents pertaining thereto as prepared by the Friday, Eldridge, and Clark Law Firm. Is there any discussion? All those.
I think it's a typo. In the information action, it says $61,695,000, and down on the agenda item, fiscal impact dollar amount, it says $60,000.
It should be $61,695,000.
So that's a.
And maybe maybe a typo on my part. Sorry
Just
about that.
making sure.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Thank you. So now to bridge that action item with the next one.
Okay.
At the workshop, we discussed the fact that the SEC regulates the role that I play for the school district, and the new term is municipal advisor, and that we were updating our contract so that we no longer pay the legal fee out of our contract, and you can see exactly what it is as opposed to being embedded. And so our contract is there to be renewed. Ms. Woncombe asked a question at the end of it, or made a statement, that she wanted to be of record, that she did not want to use the Eldridge Law Firm. And she was, I think in her mind, she matched Friday, Eldridge, and Clark with the Eldridge Law Firm out of Fayetteville. Two separate firms. The firm that she had an issue with is not involved with the school district's bond issues and never has been, but it is a similar sounding name. And so since she wanted to make that point of record, let me just clarify for future reference, you will still have the opportunity to hire whoever you want as bond counsel next time that you borrow, but the two issues turn out it's just similar sounding names, but different law firms.
And where's that motion?
I got it. Madam Chair, it's down below. There you go, just go down. You see another one that says information action.
Can you see it right here?
Mm-hmm.
I've got it written right there.
Dr. Redis, if it will help, I have it typed out.
Okay.
Okay, you found it, okay. Madam Chair, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance and delivery of the $61,695,000 north. Oh, that's the same one? Well,
I've got it. I've got it.
okay, go ahead.
Madam President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to employ First Security Beardsley as municipal advisor and fiscal agent for a period of 3 years effective as of March 19, 2026.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved in second that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to employ First Security Beardsley as municipal advisor and fiscal agent for a period of 3 years effective as of March 19th, 2026. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Sorry, one
Oh,
question.
yes.
Is 3-year term standard? Like, where
It's
does
standard,
that come from?
yes. So I guess I've worked with the district for 30 years. All the MA contracts, there's only 2 firms that offer the service. We all do 3 years.
Okay.
It does have a 90-day cancellation during the 3 years
Okay.
if the district decided they were unhappy with my services.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Very good. Now, the unfortunate thing they didn't tell you is that when you're the president or secretary and you borrow money, that you get to sign your name about 50 to 60 times. So I will be waiting in the wings when the meeting is over for my 2 friends to execute all these fun documents.
Appreciate you. And we always appreciate you'll find out wherever we go, if we go somewhere, Beardsley First Security is always there, and they always take care of us and make sure that we eat.
Well. Eat well.
Well, eat well. Okay, so that was 12.4, so 12.5, fiscal year 25 financial audit.
Can I go ahead and make Madam President?
Yes.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the fiscal year 25 financial audit as performed and presented by HCJ CPAs and Advisors.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we approve the fiscal year 25 financial audit as presented. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. 12.6, authorization for disposal of contents.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to authorize the administration to dispose of all necessary property contents in the following buildings: the old Police and Courts building, old Poplar Street Middle School, old Administrative Annex, and old Main that's on the campus of North Little Rock High School. By any means necessary, including but not limited to donation, sale, auction, offer, discard, and/or contracted disposal.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Where am I? That we approve the authorization for disposal of contents is listed in the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? It passes. The consent agenda.
You don't want to do that without a motion like we
Did I
learned?
not?
No, girl.
I'm
Come
ready to
on.
go.
Let's keep it moving.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Okay. Consent agenda.
Oh, no, I'm saying, we don't have to do a motion on the consent agenda, remember?
You can just...
Never mind, we'll do a motion on the consent agenda. Okay.
We'll talk about that one later.
Yeah.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Yeah. Second.
It's been properly moved and moved and second that we approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Executive closed session. Executive closed session per North Florida School District Policy 1.14A stating that private or closed discussions by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and presents the item for vote of the membership. Finally, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106(2)(c)(1) states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, disciplining, or resignation of an employee. We are back in session. We are down to action item employment of personnel. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move we accept the employment of personnel as presented by the superintendent.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second that we approve the employment of personnel. Being that it is employment of personnel, there can be no discussion. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Acknowledgments. Let's see. Welcome again to our new board members. Let's see. Thank you to North Little Rock High School and COE. We went to a wonderful luncheon. We toured the nutrition and had a roll contest. Do they know who won? Did they tell them? Well, I'm gone. I'm not finna tell. Congratulations, high school, on the best rows. I mentioned, they got the roll with it. I mentioned earlier I went with the state board to Boone Park on the 12th. That was great. Yesterday we visited Glenview. We had ambassadors Amari, Alexa, Madeline, Herbert, Xander, Karis, and Malachi. Had to give them their shout out. They were wonderful ambassadors. And what was really unique about it is normally the ambassadors are 4th and 5th graders. They had a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. So we got to see, have ambassadors from every level, and they were awesome. And just a reminder, spring break is next week, and rest, take some care, be with family, recharge, and all that. Any other acknowledgments? One more thing, under the future meetings, before I take a motion to adjourn, we need to schedule a workshop. We need a budget workshop, and the only thing that we'll be discussing is the budget. And we had said we wanted a Saturday, so if you would pull out your calendars real quick in April, what Saturday would everybody be okay with? Any Saturday? All right, so it's either 4th. I can't do the 18th. So that just eliminated all of them. So we're looking at May 2nd, well, it doesn't have to be, but it takes about 3-4 hours.
Okay.
And so that's why we picked a Saturday morning.
Okay. As opposed to another Thursday night?
We need to do this in April.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I mean, we can.
The other option you have is, because there's no personnel, you could do it during the day. And I know many of you work.
That's true.
But you could do it during the day. You could do a 10 to 1 budget workshop during the day, or 12 to
Or
3,
started at 3:30.
Yeah, be done by
So we
5.
wouldn't be
Like,
here
that's
so
another
late.
option you have. Than a Saturday, if it, because I would agree with Ms. McLean, waiting till May would be way too late.
It's too late.
So like Thursday the 9th of April?
Normally we say that for, well,
'Cause we're meeting on the 2nd.
no, it's not that. It's just that employee hearings and expulsions
We-
are usually the second Thursday. Well, we could just start the hearing early. I mean, do it if we have a hearing. Yes.
Yeah, if we have a hearing.
If there's a hearing.
If we don't have a hearing, you could do it on the 9th at 5:30.
All right, so let's do, someone couldn't do the 4th, who couldn't do the 4th?
I can't do the 4th.
Okay. Okay, I can't do the 11th, and what about the 18th?
I can't do the 18th.
Okay, so 25th? Okay, so it's gonna have to be a night or a day.
So we can do the 9th and pray that we don't have any employee hearings.
Do you want, then what time would you like that on the 9th? Do you want to start
This-
that at 3?
The sooner the better. What's the earliest everybody could be here?
Yeah, I can be here early.
I can be here.
I'd probably be here around 4.
Okay.
4. So it would start at 4 o'clock on the 9th.
And then if we have, we'll go as far as we can. If we have a hearing, we'll go right into hearing at 5:30. If you want me to push the hearing back, I can. We'll start at 4, we'll see where we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if we don't have a
What,
hearing, then.
what it is to make it easier. Yeah, 4 o'clock on the 9th. So the first Thursday is workshop. The third Thursday is our regular meeting. The second Thursday, we just leave it open for employee hearings and student expulsions.
Or in this case,
And we just hope that we don't have one. So we have more Thursdays off. But this one, we're gonna use it for budget and just hope that we don't have an employee hearing afterwards.
Okay.
That work? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second? It's been probably moved and second that we adjourn. Is there any discussion about it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned.